Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the joint meeting of the Cotati City Council and the successor agency to the former Cotati Community Redevelopment Agency for this Tuesday, November 14th, 2017. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Skillman?
Here.
Councilmember Delasso?
Here.
Mayor Harvey?
Here.
Vice Mayor Landman?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Okay, thank you for that. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Today has been another one of those saddening days when lives were taken sooner than they should be. And I would send my thoughts and prayers out to those families that are impacted, and I would like you to please join me in a moment of silence for all of those. Thank you. We will move on to the approval of the minutes and notice of waiving of reading of all resolutions and ordinances introduced and or adopted under this agenda.
I'll move to approve. I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Let that show a 5-0 vote, please. We will move on to announcements. The City of Cotati has special open office hours on Monday evenings from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. by appointment in the Community Development Department at City Hall as part of its Cotati Open for Business program. This program provides personalized assistance and information for developers, current Cotati business owners, and those interested in starting a new business within the city. The Rohnert Park Cotati Library hosts events for all ages, including art exhibits, book clubs, and children's programs. All events are free and open to the public. For more information, call the library at 584-9121 or visit www.sonomalibrary.org. The Cotati Historical Society Museum is open regularly the second Tuesday of each month from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., Saturdays from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., and by appointment. For more information, call 707-794-0305. Citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or email are encouraged to sign up at nixle.com. That is NIXLE.com. The city offers a variety of recreation programs for all ages. See details on the web at cotaticity.org. And did you want to make your other announcement while we're announcing?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I kind of surprised the mayor on this one, so I apologize. Every year for the past 4 or 5 years, we've had a holiday food drive, and we have worked with the California Homemakers Association. And so we'll be doing that again, just as an announcement. This will be Saturday, December 23rd. Yes, it's very timely, right before Christmas. And part of the reason is we do about 100 to 150 family food boxes, and they include frozen turkeys, frozen hams, fresh fruits and vegetables. It's not just canned goods and things that don't spoil. So that's why we do it so close to Christmas. And it'll take place right behind us, City Hall here. There'll be signs, you can't miss us, but if anybody's interested, and we'll be making more announcements, that'll be Saturday, December 23rd, roughly between the hours of 10 and 2. Thank you.
Welcome. Any other announcements? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to our honorary mayor, David Mazza of Technology High School. Welcome. You can come up to the microphone and tell us a little bit about yourself. Yeah. The others, yeah. There you go.
Fancy microphone, Yeah. I'm not much of like a public speaker.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm David Mazza, go to Tech High, and I have 6 sisters, and I've lived in Cotati for like forever. I mean, I was born in Virginia, but lived here a long time. And I'm kind of excited to be here. I had no clue that there was an honorary mayor program, so kind of cool to find this out. Yeah. Thank you.
Wait. Come on back. You thought you were going to get away quickly. So I'll start with you, Wendy, since,
Yeah. So thank you for being here tonight. What year are you at Tech High?
Oh, I'm a senior.
Okay. Do you have any plans for after graduation, or are you just
Yeah, college. Yeah, applying for Cal Poly and everything. Yeah.
Very good. All right. Well, I will save some of the questions for the rest of the folks up here, but thank you very much for being here tonight, and we look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So we're going on down the line, so just hang out.
Okay.
6 sisters, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see a lot of scars, so that's
No.
good. That's good.
Lucky.
So what specifically, like what kind of activities might you be doing at Tech High?
I'm captain of the track and field team as well as the cross-country team. I am working on putting together future business leaders because that fell apart after one of our teachers had passed because he was our advisor and everything, so we're putting that back together. I'm part of 2 Interact clubs, but one is through Santa Rosa Chops. So yeah, I think that's all of it.
No, that's great. One thing I always like to ask our honorary mayors on their first meeting, because you will be coming back this month, is a little homework assignment. But I try not to pray. I know, it's okay. Trust me, it won't be bad. And so, we're trying to hear from a different audience, a younger audience, about things that maybe are lacking in the city that you could take advantage of. A lot of times we can't act on them, but other times we've taken those to heart and we've acted on things. So, talk to your friends. So when you come back in a couple of weeks, if you guys discuss, hey, what's really missing for our age group is something like, and throw those ideas out at us because we'd love to hear them. And don't forget, and tell your friends this too, that we've got lots of volunteer opportunities. I'm assuming you still have to do like 40 hours of community service before you graduate?
Yeah, that's like one of the requirements.
Right. So I don't know how you're doing on that.
I have a little over 200, I think. So.
That's kind of like an overachiever. That's good. No, that's fine. But if there are friends or younger students that are looking for volunteer opportunities, check our website through our recreation department. We have a lot of stuff going on, and we work with a lot of other groups that do a lot of volunteer work, like Daily Acts and so on. So I'm going to let you go for now, but thanks for coming here tonight.
Thank you.
Mark?
Well, David, welcome you here tonight. I have to congratulate you. Very calm, very poised, and the absolute best job I've ever seen of trying to get away amazingly quick before anyone got. You were there. You just about had it. I thought if you made the seat, we should just let you go, but you're just a little slow. So I'll just ask you one quick question. You mentioned future business leaders, something that had kind of inadvertently fallen by the wayside, and you're interested in seeing get going again. Could you tell us in the audience just a little bit about that?
Yeah, Future Business Leaders is it's one of the largest student body organizations in the nation. I believe it actually is the largest. And they basically teach kids about business and business practices. And yeah, it's kind of fun to get to. We have little meetings at everywhere throughout the state where you get to learn more about business from keynote speakers and everything. So
Sounds exciting. I wish you good luck with that, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
thank you.
David, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming down. I had a couple questions for you regarding Tech High. In your education there, are you going to be applying those particular technology skills with your applications to Cal Poly, et cetera?
Yeah, it's very project-based learning, and it's a STEM school, so very focused around engineering and mathematics. So, I plan on going into engineering and business, so the engineering and math has applied to colleges.
Oh, terrific. And Cal Poly would be a good choice if you get in there, so good luck with that. I had a question regarding the Tech High campus being on Sonoma State. Do you think that is a positive environment or a neutral environment, and that the Tech High is nurturing enough, or do you think it really is added to being on the Sonoma State campus?
That's kind of tough. It depends how you take it, because some kids they don't really like being on the college campus, and they kind of treat it not so great. They're really immature about being on the campus and kind of disruptive. But other kids actually like acknowledge that they're on a college campus, and it changes the attitude of the whole school. So in that way, it's been a positive impact. But we also have like some freshmen that are like not so
Young.
professional about things. So.
All right. Oh, well, thanks so much, and I'm not going to give you any homework because I know John loves to do that. So. But thank you, and I'll look forward to seeing you next time.
Thank you. Should I head back now? Oh, no.
You're not going to let me talk, huh? Did you bring anyone with you this evening, or did you
No,
come along?
not today.
Okay.
6 sisters, so parents are busy.
Apparently, they are. That's okay. You are outnumbered. Well, you've gotten your homework. We appreciate you being here. Definitely wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. It sounds like you have done a lot of volunteer work and are well poised to move on to college. And we will see you in a couple weeks then.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we understand it's a school night, and so if you have to leave, please feel free to do that. We'd love you to stay, but we absolutely understand if you need to leave.
I'll stick around. I did all my homework already.
All right,
I already
awesome.
did John's homework.
All right. Thank you so much, David. Okay, presentations. Introduction of Lieutenant Douglas Endy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So tonight I'm very pleased to introduce Doug Indy, who is our lieutenant who recently joined the city of Cotati. So you can come on up, Doug. And the chief will give a little bit of an intro before you get the grill, Doug.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So we finally have our new lieutenant. I say finally because it took a while after a few searches. But we are glad that Lieutenant Doug Indy is here. He's going to be great for us. He is a former Marin Sheriff's Captain, which is one rank higher than the rank he is here at Cotati. So he's definitely well qualified. Believe it or not, he was at the Sheriff's Office for 34 years. So long time there. One of his achievements as a Marin County Sheriff's employee was he's a graduate of the Post Command College, which is a big deal in our police world. It's a very tough curriculum. He's the former task force commander for narcotics enforcement in Marin County. He ran the whole countywide task force. That was one of his tasks as an administrator down there. And he's been in charge of the communication, 911 center down there where they dispatch multiple cities, 6 cities, and fire departments, and the sheriff's office. He's been in charge of personnel. He just has a lot of experience, He's local. He's a Rohnert Park resident who apparently is tired of commuting to Marin. He likes that part already. He just has so much experience. And I could talk about that all night, but it comes, somebody could have all the experience in the world, but it comes down to the Cotati fit, right? Because that's what we all want. He's a great fit for our city. He wants to be here. I've talked to him about, just making our department better than it is, because there's always room for improvement. I know he's buying into community outreach. We've already had multiple discussions with that. You'll see more of that. You're going to see more community outreach from the Cotati Police Department. And, I'm just happy he's here and looking forward to working with him. And that's all I got. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Mayor, because I know you guys are going to want to welcome him as well. Thank you.
Well, I'll start this way this time. John?
Lieutenant Endy, welcome. Thank you very much for joining our organization. I'm thrilled to hear that you're excited about our community outreach. Chief Parrish has been doing a great job on that the last couple of years, but there's always room for improvement. I bet you're thrilled not having to commute back down to Marin again. And how long have you been an officer?
34 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Started pretty young.
Yep.
Well, welcome, and I look forward to working with you as you move on. And I won't give you any homework like John. Well, welcome.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
I'm going to say welcome to. Very happy to see you, Lieutenant Indy. I'm sure you're quite pleased about that commute. I used to do that commute for many years, so that's good news. The bad news is you don't have to worry about us giving you homework. I have a feeling with the time it took to find the right fit here. Have you seen your desk yet? I'm not sure how high the paper is, but you'll get through that fine. And I'm just very impressed with the background, and I'm sure you'll be very helpful in bringing professionalism and a good example to young officers in what's a very difficult job. And that's something that's valuable in any organization that really is good for the whole organization. It helps everybody. So I'm very confident that you'll bring that to us. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
John?
Welcome,
Thank you.
Doug. I've known Doug through a mutual friend who was a Marin sheriff who recently retired, one of my neighbors, so for off and on. And Chief, maybe we should have talked because I probably have a lot of stories I could have told you, but he's hired now, so we're not going to worry about any of those. It's all good. It was very interesting, too, how the Chief mentioned how, as you were captain with Marin County SO, that and that's a one rank higher than this rank. I mean, I guess it just shows once again the superiority of Sonoma County. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to say over Marin County. I'll just let people assume that. But it's, anyway, thank you for being here. There's a lot to do in our city. Our police department has grown in the last few years, kind of like we had told people that, we were going to try to get it going and get more officers involved and professionalism too, which is huge. And you've got great credentials with the SO, so it's going to be a joy to have you here. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, I'm happy to be here.
So yes, welcome to Cotati. And I know they were talking about how long the search was, but that's just because we were looking for the best.
That's it.
See?
See?
Right there. And I did go to high school down in Marin, down in Terra Linda, so on behalf of any students who caused problems between 82 and 86, I apologize. But anyway, welcome to Cotati, and you're going to be a fantastic addition, and I really look forward to working with you and all that we can achieve together. So, welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I just started my third week here, so I really haven't had enough time to really get a good lay of the land. But one thing I can tell you is that the group of people that work in this police department are dialed in, and I can say that from a great experience level. I've seen good and I've seen bad, and I'm super impressed by this department. So, like I say, everybody here is in good hands, and I'm just happy to be a part of the team.
Well, welcome. Thank you for choosing us and us choosing you. I think that you have a lot to offer, and it sounds like you have a lot to be able to share with the other officers with your vast experience that you have. So we appreciate you being here, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the approval of the final agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mayor.
No changes? Okay. Then we will move on to citizens' business and public comment for consent calendar items. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any items listed on the consent calendar or any matters not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda during this period. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2017-2, comments of any members of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time limit for a reasonable time where a disability accommodation has been requested. Let's see. I do not have any speaker cards for citizens' business. Is there anyone wishing to speak on citizens' business? Lori?
You all have really shown your true colors in recent weeks as far as dealing with the firestorm. I haven't been able to even stomach coming to the council meeting since the fires. Your absolute disregard for the citizens of Cotati and what you put on the agenda is very apparent. This week it is chickens and sheep and goats before the issue of weed abatement and tree management for fire reasons. But last, I have an issue of great importance. Damien's use of the electric charging stations to charge his electric car on most work days for years. I am asking that Damien step down from his position and that an investigation for him for embezzlement be done by the Cotati Police Department. I'm also asking the district attorney to look into the matter. Damien, at the September 26th City Council meeting, acknowledged that there was a charge for the electricity at the charging stations, therefore establishing that he knew of the cost. However, this wasn't the case because the ability to pay for the charges was not set up with the company. Damien had a fiduciary relationship that established trust with city funds. He broke that trust and has met all the elements of embezzlement. He denied the citizens of Cotati use of the service funded by the city funds. He deprived the citizens of use of the electricity available at the electric charging station, even if it was free. Damien violated California Penal Code sections 484 through 502.9 and sections 503 through 515. Plus, because he had a fiduciary relationship, he is subject to an enhancement of the charges to a felony under California Penal Code section 514. This can lead to a jail sentence and being barred from serving as a public official. I therefore ask that Damien Obid immediately steps down and the Cotati Police invest this embezzlement of public funds.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Barrett?
Thank you, Mayor. For the benefit of the audience, my name is George Barrich. I'm a former councilman here in Cotati who served probably better than any other councilman I can remember. And because of it, we had 4 other people on the city council at the time that just were so upstaged and so intolerant that they could not deal with any healthy debate and a different point of view on the council. So I had to be dealt with accordingly, and the people in charge of doing that was Mr. Moore and Mr. Landman and Mr. Deloso, who were all appointed to the city council for all the dirty work they did on the streets to bring upon the worst and ugliest political campaign that this town has ever seen, that practically tore the town apart. But I digress. I want to agree with Lori Alderman. She's absolutely right. I brought up this issue of embezzlement at the last meeting. I will address this issue of embezzlement again towards the end of the evening. But for the time being, I want the council to remember the last city council meeting we had. And I brought up the fact that you continue to break the Cotati City Council Code of Conduct over and over again, and you ignore it. And you need to bring some civility to these meetings because Mr. Moore drops profanity and vulgarity, whether there's children here in the room or not, and you need to get a hold of these proceedings. And the mayor is losing control. I sit down only to be corrected by saying that, the civility goes both ways and the citizens need to kind of tone it down. Well, let me give you a little education here. You people work for us. It doesn't work both ways. We're not going to cleanse politics. This is the way the system was set up. We are the taxpayers. We bring you constructive criticism. If you can't handle it, you need to step down and leave. Your Soviet model of government, that everybody should hold hands and agree and don't speak up, that doesn't work well here. It's not going to work well here. You have to get to become comfortable in the situation that you work for us, you need to uphold your part of the Cotati Code of Conduct for council members to at all times, in these proceedings or outside in public, your conduct has to be above reproach. And you have failed, you continue to fail, and your conduct here in these meetings by berating people like Lori Alderman and myself and others who simply disagree needs to be stopped. You are no example for these young people here from Tech High School that come before you. You're bought and sold politicians who have your hands out to anybody who will grease them.
Are you almost through?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm almost done. And you ought to be ashamed of yourself to ask the citizens to tone it down. And you have people like Ms. Skillman over here who thinks I'm yelling because she doesn't like what she hears. So she accuses me of yelling. Thank you, Mayor, very much. Good luck tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyone else wishing to speak on citizens' business? Yes, Eric, is that? Sorry, I thought that was you, but I couldn't quite see.
I've had some concerns for some time now, more so in this past month as my 92-year-old aunt lost her home and my mother's ranch off Rebley Road is gone as well. Many of us worry about the alert system and the other expectations of our government and those we expect to serve us. My limited research finds that the last time the county is aware of, the Cotati Police took emergency preparation training after more than 12 years ago, and no CERT trainings have been held for the past 7 years, according to Rancho Adobe. I called Chief Parrish last week, but he has not yet returned my call. I called the city manager, who called a few days later, but left no message or time we could meet. Going to City Hall is frustrating as the doors are closed, drapes drawn, and people are not in. They are somewhere in the building. No idea when they might return, and no point in leaving a message. Besides, we're interfering with an important ongoing conversation. No follow-up, calling other staff was anything but fruitful. I went to our most recent fire site just down the street, and a block away I found Amber Way, a short street with a white fence, fire hydrant, blue dot in the road, and 3 signs. 2 are faded, you can barely read, no parking anytime. The larger sign reads, fire truck, turn around, no parking. The street has red no parking lines on both sides. Marsh Way now has painted curbs and new signs, no dots for hydrants, and 1 sign at the end of the street reading, no parking, fire lane. This hangs above the bike path, which is not a fire lane. The road was designed to have an emergency turnaround, and stripes were painted, and property lines reflect this. But, well, the city has trouble knowing what is what, and when it comes to property and enforcement. No process seems to be followed. Years ago, I asked the city manager about Arthur Street, and he assured me that the pocket park and gate area at the end of Arthur Street is city property and city maintained. It is unclear who has the key to the gate and if cars should be able to block the driveway, gate, and park at the end of Arthur. Perhaps the fire marshal should be contacted. It seems there is way too much confusion as to what the city owns or should maintain or control or enforce. 3 streets, all dead ends, 2 with different signs, and parking restrictions. 1 has 3 signs, 1 has 1 that does not apply, and 1 has none. Without process and follow-through, confusion arises and things fall apart. This past month makes things clear. No training in the past 12 years, no messages, no meetings, no one is available, no answers. I fear we may be facing more emergencies, not less, and far too many need not end in tragedy. We need to prepare, to be consistent so emergency vehicles can access and so streets are the same, not piecemeal. We need to maintain streets, signage, and systems, and do so everywhere, not just in the last new development or project, but citywide. We need to work together. I miss the hot spot, and I wish my request for an inspection had been conducted. But I never got a reply to that request either.
No. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak on citizens' business? Seeing none, I will close citizens' business. Comments? Oh, certainly.
So I thought I was pretty clear on this, but just since we have a lot of people here, and to be clear, I'm going to ask my felonious city manager in regard to the charging spots outside of City Hall where many of us charge our electrical vehicles. That's paid for now, by the city, like other cities are doing, correct? So that's open essentially to anyone in the public to use, or any employee, or pretty much even somebody from out of town that they're driving through could stop there and charge, and there would be nothing illegal or improper, in fact, about that. Is that correct?
It's currently available to anyone that wants to use it, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that. I'm not sure that rises quite to the level of a felony, so I don't think I'm going to ask for you to be dragged from the meeting just yet. Wait a little while for that, I think. But I wanted to confirm that. Thank you very much.
Do you have anything to add? Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay. So we will move on. Does anyone have any comments on items on the consent calendar? No? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Move to approve the items.
And second? I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Let that show a 5-0 vote. We will move on to direction on future agenda items. None for me.
Not tonight, Madam Mayor.
None tonight. Okay. Then we will move on to the regular agenda. The first item is item 12A, Sonoma State Police Dispatch Contract Service. Oh, Chief Parrish.
Actually, I'll lead it off, and then the chief can add anything that I might skip over. So the city's been in discussions with Sonoma State University to take over dispatch services, and in addition, Sonoma State University is also in the process of joining what's called the Sonoma County Public Safety Consortium Joint Powers Authority, and they are lovingly called SEPSC, and they are the ones that run the CAD RMS systems. So basically the county, for the most part, countywide system that has dispatch and report writing and things like that the police agencies use, and it allows them to collaborate across jurisdictional boundaries on those things. And then attached to the staff report is the proposed agreement that would result in our police dispatchers taking 911 calls from SSU, as well as police business line calls after hours, so nights and weekends. And then Cotati's dispatch would become what's known as the Public Safety Answering Point, or because we love acronyms, PSAP for short. And then the related record duties would be minimal for the city. They would consist of providing any 911 or business line call recordings to Sonoma State University if there's public records requests, that sort of thing, because all those are recorded by law. And then the term of the agreement that's attached is 5 years with a 1% cost inflator for each year. And the receipt of entering into this agreement will allow the city to move forward with something we discussed earlier in the year, which would be the hiring of additional police officer. And also in the resolutions attached is a proposed part-time dispatch position. And the new police officer would allow the city to continue to improve police services and public safety Okay, so it would allow the city to have better shift coverage and therefore have more time out in the community. And the part-time dispatcher would be intended to assist with shift overlaps, public counter, records requests, and those sorts of things during peak call volume times. And I'll also say that that this type of consolidated dispatch function is very typical in California, although in Sonoma County, the place you primarily see it is the county of Sonoma and the towns of Windsor and the towns of Sonoma, because they are policed by the county sheriff's office. But in many other counties, it's very common to have consolidated dispatch services. The fire agencies in Sonoma County do it currently. There's a dispatch service called Redcom that dispatches all the fire agencies in Sonoma County. So it's nothing unusual. It's nothing unusual, even for the university system. And this agreement has been reviewed, and this partnership with the city has been endorsed by the university and the chancellor's office. And entering into this agreement, the cost of service is $180,000, which is shown in the draft agreement. And SSU would be responsible for some of the upfront infrastructure to make the dispatch connection operational in the upfront part of the agreement. And I mentioned earlier that the police officer is in the existing budget, but it was contingent on this agreement moving forward. And there's the part-time dispatcher, which is not in our currently adopted budget, but would be part of the action tonight if the council moves forward. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And the chief's going to include something as well.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So currently, our police department has 5 full-time dispatchers. They're awesome dispatchers. They're post certified. We meet all the post standards. As Damien said, we're going to get an additional part-time dispatcher as well with this contract, which is just going to make us even better. I do want council to know that I have met with police staff, including police officers and dispatchers. They want to do this. They are in agreement. They're frankly excited about it. They're almost as excited about as me as getting an additional officer. It's awesome that we're going to get an additional officer out of this contract. Together with police staff, we have looked at the data, and the data we're relating to 911 calls, business calls, and calls for service at Sonoma State University Police Department. We're all in agreement that we do have the capacity to do this. And like I said, our police department, all of us, we're ready to do this, and we're excited to do this. So, thank you.
Questions? Yes?
I'm not sure that I read this in the report, but existing now, are their comms system, can they communicate with, say, the city of Cotati or the city of Rohnert Park police departments, SSU?
So Rohnert Park, no. So Rohnert Park is UHF and we're VHF, so it's a total different bandwidth. They're more of a fire channel. We can't communicate now. We want to improve that communications with this contract. Part of that would be they have a repeater on one of their buildings at the university. And we can run and this is all this techie stuff that's, it's like a phone line. It would be through a phone company. From their repeater directly into our dispatch console to improve our communications. So there's a lot of those types of things to work out. But they are on the same frequencies, which will make it easier. So
right. Okay.
Very doable, yes.
So the frequency is part of it. So, but I was wondering then, I think Damien had mentioned something about infrastructure costs, and I'm assuming there's going to be some work that needs to be done, clearly. So did I hear you correctly saying that SSU is going to cover, or that there's some kind of a shared agreement between SSU and the city?
So in terms of bringing the phone lines and radio traffic to our dispatch center, that's Sonoma State would be doing that to get the systems up and running. They also, they're also joining the consortium as part of this, and there's some upgrades related to that. It's not directly, it doesn't directly, it's not part of our dispatch function per se, but it'll get them MDCs, which are computers in the cars, and get them all in the same, basically, criminal record system that the rest of us in the county use for the most part. So, the intent there, I think, is it would improve safety for everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Additionally, so they're only a mile from us. So a lot of dispatches that merge, they got mountains in the way, and they got to install microwaves and repeaters and all this, and they're so close to us. and it's a flat plane. Yeah, it's eyesight. I've talked to Dennis Smiley, who's with the Sheriff's Office, who has assured me that there's coverage, and yeah, this should be easy.
Is that your only question? Yes. Okay. Mark?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One quick question for you, Chief Parrish. It's not really spelled out completely clearly in the report, although I'm sure it was done, but I just wanted you to speak a little bit to assessment of our capabilities at dispatch of handling the additional load that this will present during a peak load type, if our capacity is up to that. I think that's something we want to hear about, certainly, and I'm sure it's been done, but if you could spell that out a little more clearly for us, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So peak hours countywide here are like 11 in the afternoon to 11 at night. We have talked about Thursday nights that get busy. We're far busier than Sonoma State University. The data shows that. A lot of their data was related to calls coming in regarding parking problems, like citations. So the police department at Sonoma State is no longer going to have that function. There was also some air traffic that was being utilized quite a bit by Sonoma State University, and we vetted that out, and we found out that they were called 1017s, and 1017 is a area check. This parking lot, this police building, so there was a lot of radio traffic with that as well. So currently, Sonoma State University Police Department doesn't have the in-car computers, so for that to get recorded that I checked this building and I checked that building, it has to be on the air. They can simply do that themselves now when they join the consortium. They can, there'll be less radio traffic. They can even run their own plates. There'll be a lot of reduced volume of radio traffic. Like I said, their calls for service and their phone calls are not near what Cotati's are. And even in peak times, we have capacity to absorb them.
So this is more than comfortable for our capacity.
Yeah, and again, and this is not just me saying this. This is, I allowed, like I said, I met with the police dispatchers, and they agree that we have the capacity.
Well, I think it's rare when you're asking employees to take on work and they're actually enthusiastic about it, so I'm not going to jinx that. I'll say thank you for that.
John?
Thanks, Chief. My question is more in line of like Mark's. Do we know what the average calls are, the amount of calls that are received by the existing Sonoma State Dispatch?
So average is what, though? I mean, so with the police world, it's like feast or famine.
It's hard to quantify.
It's hard to quantify, yeah. I mean, like Thursdays are busier than Mondays, but then Monday can be crazy, so.
But not necessarily Thursdays on campus, unless it's after
No,
1:30 or 2?
No, but they literally have like half the calls that we have.
And that is?
Like on an annual basis,
Okay.
when we looked at it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And when you say half the calls that we currently have, and you said the majority of those calls are for parking anyways, and those parking are not going to come this direction, they've reassigned that elsewhere, correct?
That's correct. So on parking, yeah, they are another department's going to take that over, so those are going to go away. But those weren't necessarily calls for service. Those were more like people calling the communications center regarding parking issues, is what the data showed.
Okay. And you made a comment about running license plates. This will be a lot easier for them. How do they do that currently if they don't have the technology to do that?
So what they have to do is they have to have the dispatcher run the plates for them. So that's taking up more airtime. I was pointing out that if they're in a parking lot and they want to run a license plate, right now Sonoma State University has to do that via radio, and it takes up airtime. When they get the in-car computers, they can simply run plates in the parking lot themselves. Now, if they're going to stop a car, they're going to use the radio. But besides that, there's just, with them having the in-car mobile systems is just going to greatly reduce calls into the Cotati Dispatch Center.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions, I will open this up for public comment. No more questions? Okay. I do have a number of speaker cards. If anyone else wishes to speak, there are cards available. They're not required, but it does make the process go a little bit better with that. And the clerk has cards, or they're in the back, and you can hand them to the clerk. Anyways, with that, I will go through the cards that I do have. Isabel Breslano. Hi there.
Hi. I just have a clarifying question that a student asked me to ask. If they call the school or the police services, is that going to go through the Cotati Dispatch, or does that still go to the police services?
We'll let them take all the questions, and then when they write them down, we'll have them address them all at once.
Okay.
Okay.
Then that's it. I was just asked for him to ask.
All right. Yes, we will address that. Thank you, Isabel. Andrew Heller?
Hello. My name is Andrew Heller, and I am a labor representative with the California State University Employees Union. We represent the dispatchers at Sonoma State University. There's a document that's in the back of the room that the university provided with a number of frequently asked questions that they gave to campus this morning, I believe. I wanted to address a number of things here. One of them being that Sonoma State is stating that the need to outsource is due to the inability to, one of the needs to outsource is due to the inability of the university to maintain a full staff. I'd like to point out that it's really hard to maintain a full staff when you are not actually actively recruiting for the positions, which has been the case. To our knowledge, there have not been any significant number of busy signals received in contrast to what the university has put out to the staff. One of the justifications for outsourcing this work from the university is the misclassification of the dispatchers. There are 4 dispatchers currently, and under the collective bargaining agreement, it can only be outsourced if there's no displacement. And the university is using the misclassification of dispatchers as in other classifications as their justification for moving this work off campus. I'd like you to ask yourselves the question of, do you really want to be part of that? There's people that are doing this dispatcher work that have been doing this work for 29 years, that are within 6 months of retirement, that are now going to have to go to an academic department in order to finish up their terms of service with the university. And granted, that's not your issue, but it is something to keep in mind that these people do live within your community as well. I wanted to point out that there are quite a few calls. We happen to have some of our dispatchers in the audience today, and there are quite a few calls that transpire that are not accounted for in the logs that you received. They're not marked down as official calls because they might be talking, the dispatchers may be talking to students as they're coming home. They may be walking sometimes from the parking lot to their residence halls. I don't think that the logs and the data that you have are actually reflective of the amount of work and dedication that our dispatchers are actually providing to the university. And I think that's going to be reflected in an increase to the number of calls that you believe you'll actually be receiving. You know, we'd like to implore you to consider these things when making your decision, but we don't believe it's appropriate. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Gina Voigt?
you. Okay, so my name is Gina Voigt, and I am the chapter president of California State University Employees Union at Sonoma State. And I would like to take this opportunity to explain why we feel that the outsourcing of our police dispatchers and their services to your city is not a good decision. At any time, day or night, the population of Sonoma State University is greater than the city of Cotati. Sonoma State comes with a rather unique population, along with rather unique set of problems and issues. Our dispatchers have been expertly handling our students, staff, and faculty population for many years with the experience and knowledge of the physical layout and schedule of the campus. Our dispatchers have expertise on the six different residential communities and all the different academic buildings and the streets that service each and all of these locations. They can guide in fire department and other first responders to the exact location on the campus with the knowledge of activities and traffic on the campus at any given time, day or night. There is not an inch on that campus that our dispatchers are not familiar with or how to access that particular location. Does Cotati have this expertise? And if no, how long do you think it's going to take to have that? We believe any delays could greatly affect the safety of our community. When we have a student who feels unsafe or vulnerable, we want to feel secure that his or her request for assistance from the police department takes priority in response to any situation that's going on in Cotati. The expectations of the stakeholders on campus are established and should not be changed. Our dispatchers have over the years talked and supported students reporting sexual assaults in the lobby of the police department, have responded to parent phone calls with concerns over the mental health of their students with patience and concern, and have hands-on experience and knowledge of any special needs of faculty, staff, and students. These are services that cannot be provided by the city of Cotati under any circumstances in any great amount of, quick time. So we greatly discourage your concern or your signing of this contract, and for half a dispatcher, I just don't think it's going to work. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tyson Hill.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Tyson Hill, and I'm the Senior Director of Risk Management and Safety Services at Sonoma State. I've had the sincere pleasure of being part of the SSU community for the past 18 years. In this time, I've had the opportunity to gain a comprehensive perspective on SSU's commitment as an undergraduate student, a student worker, a staff member, a graduate student, and a manager. My participation from these varying perspectives has lent me the opportunity to work with many talented individuals both on the campus and within Sonoma County. I'm here today to express the university's support for the shared service proposal, and I thank you all for your willingness to be progressive public stewards who are forward-thinking. Sonoma State University and the city of Cotati have operated our separate safety efforts in what I call quasi-silos of excellence. The recommendation set before you today takes a significant step forward towards continuing that tradition of excellence in a unified effort. This unified effort will leverage our public resources so that our two jurisdictions can work even better together. This is an idea driven by rationality and common sense. We owe it to our constituents to think, act, operate, and efficiently and more efficiently together when it is the interest of the community's safety. The City of Cotati and Sonoma State University have the opportunity to partner and complement one another with our shared goals of dispatching. Sonoma State University has the highest level of respect for your police department, and the fact is echoed also by Sonoma County's law enforcement agencies. I would also like to take the time to thank the employees of our dispatch center at Sonoma State University for their many years of work. I have had the pleasure of managing most of the employees at the beginning of my career there. I respect and think of these people as my working family. Their work over the years is to be applauded and commended, and Sonoma State University is in gratitude to them, as well as our students, our staff, our faculty members, that all make Sonoma State University a top choice among public universities. However, many police departments throughout California have experienced staffing shortages among dispatchers and other shift work. This has been our experience at Sonoma State as well. These staffing shortages have levied too large of a burden on our employees and strain our own department. Officers have even been pulled off patrol to assist in shift coverage and on a daily basis for breaks and lunches, leaving the campus with fewer officers in the field and reducing their safety presence on campus. The recommendation to create a shared service between our communities would enhance Sonoma State University's interoperable communications with the county and would significantly improve our critical incident response capabilities, best leveraging our shared public resources through efficiency gains. I urge you all to take the opportunity to step forward as leading our communities with new partnerships of ways, providing strengthened safety services to our public. Sonoma State University appreciates your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Yes, George.
Well, well, well. How many years did I come before the City Council during these budget meetings and emergency budget sessions when I suggested that we may want to look at outsourcing our police dispatch to Rohnert Park or the Sheriff's Department? And the city and the staff said, oh, no way. We can't outsource. Oh, our dispatchers are so important. Can't do it. Can't do it, George. Bad idea. So I have friends in the Rohnert Park Police Department and a couple dispatchers there, and we're talking about this years ago. And they said, George, we have 10 dispatchers here. We would love to contract with Cotati to take in the dispatch responsibilities, and would create a huge cost savings for the city of Cotati. Brought those facts forward, shot down. I think another big question is, we got Rancho Adobe Fire District, our fire district for the public to know, Sonoma State Public Safety, and Rohnert Park Public Safety, all on VHF frequency. And Cotati's on UHF. Over the last 23 years I've been here, we've spent a couple $100,000 on communication systems for our police department to coordinate with the county, to coordinate with the sheriff, to bring the CADS program forward, to get rid of the CADS program, replace radios. You know, what are we doing? Are we all on the same page? I thought we were. We spent a ton of money to try to get on the same page to find out that we're not on the same frequency as Rohnert Park. I think you need to step back and ask some fundamental questions. And I would also urge you to contact the Rancho Adobe fire chief and the former fire chief who worked so hard to try to get Sonoma State University to fund and pay for the fire service that they had been getting from Rancho Adobe for years, and they weren't paying a dime. Sonoma State University is within the district of Rancho Adobe Fire District. However, although they didn't contribute any money to the fire district, and it nearly bankrupted the fire district budget. And in talks with the fire chief in Sonoma State, they got nowhere. The fire district got nowhere. Poor chief barely got on his hands and knees and begged for some type of understanding that we were providing free fire service to that university for decades and weren't getting compensated for it. So I really am concerned that the city is going to start to engage in any legal contract with Sonoma State, given what I've seen. I think we're opening up a huge hornet's nest here. I mean, I would hate for our city attorney to go up against the state of California university system's staff of attorneys. If there's
George,
yes, ma'am. If there's any dispute going forward, I think you just need to back up. Back up.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak on this subject? Yes, Eric?
Years ago, the police department was at the end of this hall, and then there was a tremendous need for a big new playhouse. I suggested at that time that you and former council, so it's not you five, merge and build a fire and police station, which is done in countless cities throughout the nation. You save because of dispatch, you save because of shared facilities, you have better emergency response because you're in duality. So now you're coming about to do mergers. Some of the things that are said make perfect sense. Sonoma State is its own entity. There are 10,000 people there. There's all kinds of buildings. There's some buildings I've never been through. There are countless buildings that no dispatcher's ever even seen. So there is a need to spend some time molding this together. And clearly there's some communication gaps. In the last year, we've had some problems with drawing in Sonoma State officers. Maybe it wasn't a problem for any of you, but in my neighborhood, it was kind of disruptive. We couldn't do anything for 11 hours just to do an investigation. Somebody being shot twice in the back is not a, oh, well. And a number of things just don't go away. So you should slow down and start moving forward when it's practical and sensible, not when it's, oh, yeah, we'll try this. What the heck? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Yes.
Hi. My name is Bernadette. I'm actually one of the police dispatchers at Sonoma State. And I just want to say I'm one of the ones that's being told after 15 years that I have to start over somewhere else in another department, that I cannot stay within the university because I was reclassified wrong, not as a police dispatcher. And people with less seniority than I, that's only been there for a year, will remain at the university police, which is not fair. Also, I've also been told by one of your guys' dispatchers that they're not excited about taking over dispatch, but they're being threatened with their own jobs. That if you don't agree to this, that we can easily contract you out. So in their opinion, oh yeah, they're all for it because they don't want to leave and they don't want to lose their jobs. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I will close public comment on this item and bring it back. Did you have something to say, Chief?
Well, there was a question.
Yes, there was. Yes.
And then some comments. So
Okay.
On the question regarding answering the phone calls from the university. So yes, they will come to the Cotati Police Dispatch. So all 911s 24/7 in this contract, all 911s would come to the Cotati Police Department Dispatch Center, all 911s. Business calls Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 would still be answered at the university. Those are non-emergency calls. Outside of the business week, business calls would come to the Cotati Police Department Dispatch Center. So when 911 gets called, no matter if it's a Cotati resident or somebody at Sonoma State University, we will answer 911, what is your emergency? And we'll address that emergency no matter where it is. The business line, if it's a Cotati resident calling Cotati Dispatch, we will answer Cotati Police Department. If it's a number coming from Sonoma State University, we will answer that call as Sonoma State University. That's how it's done in all of these dispatch centers across the nation that have merged. So, like for example, Marin County has 6 cities that are dispatching, and they recognize the number and they say Mill Valley Police Department or Sausalito or whatever. But that's how that works to answer the question that was posed. On some comments.
Can I ask
Yeah.
that a little bit different? So the business line that they have for non-emergencies, if they call and it's after hours, it will come to our dispatch.
It will.
So it'll never go to an answering machine. Either they will be there because the business office is open, or it will roll over
Correct.
to us.
And if they're at the business office and it's 3 PM and they say, oh, you need a police officer, they'll just simply forward the call to Cotati Dispatch.
Okay, because what I was curious about is what I didn't want to get into a situation. A lot of times people will call the police department on the business line because they don't have a 911 emergency, but I wanted to be sure that that information would still get to the students such that they would be able to get someone to respond to them, no matter what time it was. So I'm glad you said that, because I was kind of headed in the other direction to say, well, should we be providing dispatches non-business number to the students so that they have that number? But as long as it's going to roll over.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then the comment of directing Rancho Adobe Fire District into the campus, and the police officers, and even all at ambulance services. So these firefighters and police officers already know where to go, because the officers already work there, and Rancho Adobe is their fire services.
Well, it will be the Sonoma State police officers that are going there, so they will know where they're going, correct? Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
And then there was priority. So the priority is 911, period. I don't care if it's Sonoma State or Cotati. 911's priority always. So Cotati's not going to have priority over Sonoma State. And then, there's talk of, talking to students, talking to sexual assault victims. Well, Cotati Police Department, we talk to citizens, and people come into our lobby and report sexual assaults, and it's nothing new to us. Their lobby still will be available at the campus during the business hours. And then I talked to the interim chief, Dave Doherty, and he's going to place a phone outside their police department. So if somebody comes to their police department, they'll pick up the phone and it'll go to Cotati Dispatch, and we'll send an SSU officer to their office. So there's a lot of ways to address these. Will this be a learning curve? Without a doubt. And so the chief of Sonoma State and I, we've agreed, and it's part of you'll see it in the contract, the liaison between the two campuses, because there's going to be learning curves on both ends. It's not just us. The Sonoma State University's officers need to understand, our lingo and how we dispatch, and, when to come on the air and do a vehicle stop, and when not to. It's going to be a learning curve for them as well. Because if somebody's out on a priority call, like a domestic violence call, if a Cotati officer's out, we don't want Sonoma State University police officers doing vehicle stops. And vice versa. If they're on something important, we need to reduce our radio traffic. So there is a learning curve. Part of the contract is having a liaison with Cotati PD and SSU PD, and we're going to work all these things out. The spike in population also came up. This is, again, something that I've talked to Chief Doherty about. And so I asked him, what about the Green Center when there's a big concert? And he informed me that, they go to a side channel, and they just talk amongst themselves, so they stay off dispatch. They can always come back on the dispatch channel if they have an emergency. But there's a lot of good questions, and me and the chief of Sonoma State have been talking for a while, and we're confident that we're going to work all this out, and this is a good thing for both agencies.
Can you, I think you mentioned it before, but the different channels, the UHF versus VHF, I thought what I heard you say is that I'll get it wrong.
Yeah, I always get it wrong.
One is for fire and one is for police, and that's just the way it is. And the reason that Rohnert Park is on the one they're at is they are public safety, which is fire and police.
Correct. So all Sonoma County law enforcement are on UHF.
That's right.
Rohnert Park's on VHF because they're fire also. Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to. Let's see. All right. Any questions? Yes.
I don't know, questions, general comments, but I'll dovetail with what you were asking about the difference in channels for PD and law, because you'd think that there'd be some value in sharing the same frequencies, channels, or band of the bandwidth. But actually, most of the time, not so much. If we're working major incidents for law and for fire at the same time, we really don't want to listen to each other. And I think all of our dispatchers, both at SSU and Cotati, recognize that. Typically, as a matter of fact, we count on you guys, regardless of where we work. I used to work at Novato Fire. We count on our dispatchers if we need communication between the two agencies in a larger incident where we're putting law enforcement and fire together. We do use that capability through you to communicate, but as far as actually the necessity for all of us to be in the same channel, not cost-effective, not really necessary, not typically what's done. Although from time to time there might be value with that, I would have to admit. So getting back to the matter at hand, many years ago at Novato Fire, we were early adopters of providing EMS service. And one of the things you have to do with that is you have to bill occasionally if you have out-of-town people you provide service to that aren't covered by your free service. So we started a small billing department in there. And as other agencies started doing the same thing, what happened in Marin County is we did what Cotati has done here. Novato Fire offers, we have some depth in this, we have the extra bandwidth, we can provide this service. It's what people look for in government, to find ways where it can work to merge additional, I won't say redundancy, but where you can merge sources to avoid duplication, to do that. Novato Fire done that, and they were very successful to the point it became an enterprise and actually became very, very valuable for them, and they do it well outside that county, I believe now. It's been years since I've checked, but it turned out to work well for everybody involved, although there were some hiccups learning at the beginning. I say that because as I look at this, obviously we all wear different hats looking at things depending on our point of view. And the hat I have to put on tonight is not as an old fireman who knew dispatchers, but as someone looking out for this city, what works best for this community. And I think if I look at that, we're reducing some duplication of effort, we're increasing safety for SSU officers in terms of resources, technology, and capabilities they'll have. It sounds like dispatch depth will be better. No aspersions on the quality of dispatch there, but I don't think you've had the numbers at times, it sounds like. That looks to improve. And as I understand, no firings, no jobs lost, although some difficult in change, which is always understandable. One of our speakers suggested years ago we outsourced dispatch, and I did disagree at the time, and I still do. Keeping that bandwidth worked out well because our dispatchers do additional work and office work, filing, and other things for us that we would have had to have done anyhow. And now here comes the benefit. Because we have that bandwidth, we're able to provide this service, which hopefully in the long run will benefit SSU and Cotati. We have improved tools for officers. We have a de-prevention dispatch. And Cotati gets a new officer, a new part-time dispatcher to help make sure that job and that transfer goes smoothly. And at the same time, I think there's roughly $25K left in the budget after all that significant improvement. There's a lot of good things with that. As far as working with SSU, I have no doubt that can work well. I'll give credit to Chief Parrish and City Manager Obid. They've worked for some years now, working together, sharing resources at larger events back and forth, and built a relationship that allowed this particular thing to come to fruition. I understand in the past RFD may have not had that particular luck. I'm crossing my fingers, I believe, with your new chief that hopefully you'll be able to build a relationship like that and have better contact. But the fact that we do is the reason we're sitting here tonight. So with that, I see, like the chief said, a few bumps along the road learning to make this work, but in the long term, I see mostly good for my constituents, so I'll be supporting it.
John?
Mayor Harvey, I had a couple questions for some of the speakers, if I may.
Certainly.
Andrew Hiller, I had a couple questions for you, if you would mind. In looking at the report and the staff report and the information, how many current dispatchers are there?
There are 4.
And so all 4 will be offered other positions within the CSU-EU system?
Correct. There will be 2 that are categorically listed as dispatchers, but will not have any dispatcher duties as they currently have, or very few. They won't be doing 911.
But they'll keep their dispatcher classification?
Correct.
For how long?
Indefinitely, until they choose to leave the university.
So in essence, there's not a monetary loss, but more of a value of the particular job that they were doing will be changed.
That's accurate. to help put in perspective, we have one dispatcher who's not here tonight. It's quite possible that she's currently working dispatch, who had multiple years at another service, who recently came here. She has 1 year at the university, chose to come to Sonoma State because she felt it was going to be a good choice. It was doing what she loved to do. She was dispatching police, and it would be a good fit for her family. And now the question is going to be, will she even stay? Is this being used as encouragement for people to leave because they're not able to do their chosen profession anymore?
What historically has been the staffing level for dispatchers at Sonoma State?
I believe the line items, there are slated either 5 or 6 dispatch positions, and at any given time there have been anywhere between 3 and 5.
So you've got a, what's the highest peak amount of students on that campus at one time? 10,000, something like that?
I think we can use that for our purposes tonight.
And so at their peak, was there a greater number than 4 dispatchers that were used at Sonoma State? Are you familiar? You might not be familiar with that information.
I don't have that information.
Okay. There was a comment made by, I believe, Bernadette that indicated that the newest employee of just a year will maintain the dispatch title, and Ms. Bernadette would not be maintaining that title in the classification.
That's correct. That's our understanding.
The new classification that she would be in would be equivalent, if not greater than the dispatch?
Officially, it's a greater classification, but it's a very different set of skill set as it's utilized everywhere else on the campus. The background to that particular situation is the 2 persons that have the odd classification, it's administrative analyst, have had that since about 2000, and after that point, the dispatch classification was altered to more accurately reflect the duties, which it was not then rolled into the existing persons who were in the other classification, who were at the higher level. So at this point, the duties that the 2 people who are administrative analysts are doing are fairly even across the board with what the dispatchers are doing.
And the administrative analyst is a classification that goes throughout the state of California, correct?
That's correct, but we do not have reciprocal rights to move into other classifications at other campuses. So it really is, as far as seniority is concerned, only on the campus at Sonoma State.
Okay, so that's something within your particular collective bargaining agreement?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that.
Terrific.
And then I had a couple of questions for Mr. Hill, if he's available. Thank you. We've looked at the fact sheet and the proposed changes and some of the advantages to both Sonoma State University and to Cotati. And my question was, looking at this, what is the greater overall benefit to the Sonoma State University system?
Sure, sir. I think it's quite apparent that it all comes down to safety for our campus community. And this really allows us to have greater interoperability communications when it comes to redundancies within some of the CAD systems that are used and things of those natures.
Okay, so it's not necessarily an economic consideration for the university, because if at some point this were to go through, then you would have no dispatch at the university, and then after 5 years, your cost would be whatever the fixed fee is with the contract, but you wouldn't have any additional cost to the university for ancillary benefits, et cetera, pay time off, things like that. So there is obviously an economic gain as well.
I'm not really the representative to talk about these things. I think these things are being discussed between the union and also the CSU system. So I'm not sure if I'm at liberty to discuss these items, and I'm not really in tune with that conversation of if that was the main crux behind it. The whole time, I know it's been circled around safety and providing kind of a better opportunity for our officers and for our community to have enhanced services in that way.
Well, and the reason I say that is I know there can be efficiencies of scale with merging, and as Councilman Lamb was indicating, if you don't have a lot of duplicity and redundancy in the same things, and especially with our proximity. So, in that particular sense, I can understand that. Thank you very much.
Is that all?
Those were my questions.
Okay. Wendy?
Thank you. Actually, I think you guys covered a lot of it, so I appreciate it.
Okay. John?
Yeah, just to add on, a couple of statements and questions that I have and those I heard. Approximately, and this is for either the chief or Damien, approximately how long have negotiations been going on? Because a couple of people seem to maybe think, I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, that this has come up really quick and all of a sudden. I mean, just an approximate, like, a month?
No. Yeah, it's, well, I would say that, we were, at least in initially conceptual discussions, probably a year ago.
Okay. All right.
And then, yeah, just leave it at that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just, I needed some kind of a ballpark there because I've heard that. And there was also a comment made that, for this half dispatcher position that the city would gain, if you will, from this, wasn't really worth it. But in reality, it's a half a dispatcher, a part-time, I should say, dispatcher that's added to our cadre of, what, 5 that we have? Okay.
Correct. So we would have 5.5 FTEs.
Right. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that point in my head because it's more than that. It's an addition to our existing staff. Let's see. I tried to mark these things down, and I don't know that anybody knows the answer to this. It's just a question that was rolling around in my head, and that is, again, there was a statement about SSU's population compared to Cotati's population. And it seems like, they're close, maybe SSU is a little higher, but I guess I would assume, and maybe this is ignorant on my part, that their population for 3 months of the year at SSU, that goes down, assuming that people are gone for the summer, quote unquote. I know there's summer classes. I'm not looking for an answer in case somebody has that number in their head, but to me it just seems to make a little bit of sense. Another statement that was made, too, was related to Rancho Adobe Fire and how they had asked over the years, which I think it has nothing to do with us, for sure. But I'm kind of curious if the city of Rohnert Park provided fire services. Would you know anything about that, Chief or Damien? Did the city of Rohnert Park, did they provide fire protection, firefighting services on the campus?
My understanding, it's all Rancho Adobe Fire District, but Tyson would know that answer, I'm sure.
Then maybe we can ask Tyson to come back up one more time.
Second due response, I'm sure. Okay.
Our jurisdiction is within Rancho Adobe Fire, so to my knowledge, Rohnert Park has not provided fire services to SSU ever.
Really? Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess I would assume if there was something catastrophic, everybody responds.
That's correct.
Okay, but that's
mutual aid, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I just hadn't thought that part through. So I do not believe I have any further questions. I've checked them all off. So thank you.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you for answering my questions. There was some comments made about the knowledge of the dispatchers and working with people. I can say that I have been on both ride-alongs with the officers as well as spent time in dispatch with the dispatchers. And on our busiest nights, which seem to be Thursday through Saturday, our dispatchers and officers do have quite a relationship with many of the students. It does seem like in August, when we get a new batch, that there is a learning curve for the students that are first away from home, and it takes them a little bit to understand what their adult responsibilities are. So I have seen our officers and our dispatchers work with the students. We are a college town. The college students are down in our downtown, and in particular at our bars a lot. So we do have the uniqueness of being familiar with that population of folks. And I think that we have learned over many, many years, how to make that relationship work. I don't disagree that the nuances of the campus, it is a large campus, that there definitely will be a learning curve to learn every inch of that campus. I'm going to guess, since our officers will probably do backup, that they'll probably learn a little bit more about that campus also, but I'm guessing that the chief has a plan for that, so that people are fully trained before we, embark on that. So I think that it feels to me like a good fit for the community. I do worry about the safety of our citizens and the Sonoma State student body. So I believe that we need to treat them equally. We need to treat them with respect. I've seen that, a lot of that. Again, going on ride-alongs, I was always amazed at the respect between most of the students, I won't say all of them, but most of the students and the officers, and likewise the officers to the students. So I think that we are unique in our location, and I think that this will be good. I think it's a good match. So,
Madam Mayor Harvey, if I may.
yes.
You just said that the officers will do backup. Are you referring to in a mutual aid situation?
Yeah.
But not typically
But not
on
typically.
campus?
No.
Okay.
They have their own officers.
Right. I just
Correct.
want to make sure that we were
Right. Yeah.
definitive in that.
Yeah.
And then I do have a couple of quick questions, if I may. It looks good on paper, but what happens if the marriage falls apart and it's not the simpatico relationship that we're looking for? And it's, 36 months into it, or, 18 months into it. What's plan B? Nobody wants a plan B. but
Nobody wants a plan B.
Good to have one.
Well, it's a 5-year contract, so 36 months would be, that'd be relatively soon. So I think, honestly, I think once, if we do this, I really don't see any turning back, because SSU would have to recreate a dispatch center. And then also they're going to be joining the consortium, which they're not a part of as well. So that's almost a better question for SSU, but that's my answer, is really there is no turning back. There is the 5-year contract, but we could revisit it at that time.
Right, but then Sonoma State's in a position where if they don't think it's working, it's a heck of a lot of money to restart that whole situation and no university systems.
They could always look for another agency as well to dispatch them. So there's that as an alternative.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to make some comments, if I may. I am not fond of outsourcing at all. I often don't think that you get what you expect to get when you're outsourcing, especially with public service positions. I'm a big proponent of collective bargaining. But I also understand that many times in an operation, we don't always have a lot of choices to a certain degree when the administration or the organization determines that business needs necessitate that. I am comforted in the fact that there's going to be minimum job loss per se in the fact that those people will be offered positions as administrative analysts or situations like that. It's not the best, but it's certainly better than layoffs or terminations. And I think if it does add a component of safety to the dispatch system, in light of all those concerns I do have, I think overall it's probably something that would be advantageous to the university.
Is that all?
That's it.
Can I?
Mark?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
One very quick
Sorry.
question. Just came up listening to the discussion. Typically, how often do we have turnover? I'll bet it's not something we see, but how often do we have turnover in dispatch? Is that something we see from time to time?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes planned, sometimes not.
Sometimes we get people, we recruit somebody and they don't make probation. Sometimes some dispatchers end up being the Cotati City Clerk. You just never know what can happen.
We even do this within City Hall. People get moved around.
But generally,
wonder-
we do not have turnover, though.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. So just in case that happens, would it be possible us to add a preference for somebody with a background at SSU dispatch? If all other things being equal, if they're just as good a candidate as the next, could they have a thumbs up for that?
Yes, but the only concern, Councilman Lemon, is I don't think that there's a reciprocal agreement between the university system and then the CalPERS system. So that's the one concern where you could not, it wouldn't necessarily be an equal absorption of the SSU system, if I'm correct in that?
As far as the ability to provide preference to Cotati?
No, in the comparison of the retirements.
Yeah, I think they're.
Oh, they are both CalPERS.
John?
Okay.
I think if we want to ask a question.
I would just say we would have an open recruitment, and anybody.
Okay.
Well, if the situation arose where it was workable for an employee, a former SSU dispatch employee, and it worked for them benefits-wise and they wanted to come here, if they tested as well as another candidate, I would like to see them have a preference. I think that's the least we could do.
Sure.
Okay. Wendy, sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just going to respond to Councilmember Moore's question. It's that obnoxious law degree rearing its ugly head. So paragraph 13 is a cancellation clause that says that either party can cancel if they give 6 months' notice. So if either SSU or Cotati feels like it's not working out, there is a provision to cancel the contract and not hold anybody harmless. So.
Thank you. After 5 years?
No,
at any time.
At any time.
Keep us honest, all of us.
So I guess in your example, if 36 months in, it wasn't working, they could invoke that clause, and either side could invoke that clause.
And would that contract, I imagine that would be revocable by the council if they so choose? Or is that delegated just to the city manager or the chief?
Well, either party may terminate for no cause, essentially on notice, and typically that would be information that would be shared with council, certainly, and it would be technically the city probably taking a formal action to terminate. There's also a provision in the contract if there happens to be a default, there's another termination provision for that. But
thank you.
Okay. Well,
If there's no more discussion, I would like to present a motion.
any more discussion? I will open public comment again for a moment before we take a motion.
Hello, thank you for this time. My name is Arcelia Sandoval, and I work at Sonoma State University as a staff member. Just very quickly, I want to my understanding was that you guys think that the student population gets reduced dramatically over the summer. It is true that the student population changes. There's a lot of different programs that the university has during the summer. And I just want to make sure that you guys take that into consideration before making a decision, because it does change. You know, there's a lot of empty parking spaces, but it does, you know, get it replaced to a certain extent. I don't have the numbers, but I just want you guys to think about that it doesn't get reduced completely. There is a lot of different programs, from music to cheerleading to older people, and we have special, even some religious events that have happened at the university. So there is a wide range population that gets replaced by the regular student population this summer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else wishing to make a comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment again, and I will entertain your motion.
Right, well, and thank you for that clarification. I think I acknowledge that the population maybe goes down, but it doesn't. I didn't assume it went from 10,000 to 2,000. I'm sure it doesn't go that low, but thank you for that. Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement with Sonoma State University for the police dispatch services and to add a part-time dispatch position to our adopted fiscal year 17-18 budget.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Let that show a 4-1 vote. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. Okay, so we will now move on to the Veranda Fletty Ranch operator selection. Chief, you're not going to do this staff report? No, okay.
All right. Thank you. Oh.
A brief recess. I think
Oh,
she has some.
sure. We'll take a 5-minute recess. You're welcome. That, I will return us to our meeting. And with that, I believe that we are going to get a staff report from Damien. Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yeah, thank you, Mayor. And so before I start, I think everyone knows this already, but I just wanted to point out that the two parties that proposed on this, to operate this property are both here tonight, and we'll also give a short presentation after, if the council so wishes, after my presentation. And we have Jane Kennedy, the Split Rail Farms proposal, aka Split Rail Farms, and then Dustin DiMatteo for the Farmster proposal. And he also has, I think, some other people with him too, related to Farmster. So, all right, so getting back to the beginning, the city purchased this 4.37 acre ranch, which we call the Veranda Fleddy Ranch, in 2008 through an open space and ag preservation district matching grant. And in 2016, the city completed the initial phase of work to begin allowing more public access to the ranch, which, as you all know, consisted of a new walking path along East School and on the El Rancho sides of the property, a new picnic area at the corner of El Rancho and East School Street, and some related crosswalk, sidewalk, and landscape improvements at the community center building across East School Street from the ranch. And then as part of the long-range vision for the ranch, on June 30th of 2017, the city issued a request for proposals to operate the farm, which were submitted on August 15th of this year. And in response to that, the city received two proposals, one from Dustin DiMatteo, who I just introduced, which we're calling the Farmster proposal, and then one from Jane Kennedy, which I'm calling the Split Rail Farms proposal. And as way of background, just so you know, Dustin is currently the city's representative for the Mosquito and Vector Control District, and Jane currently runs the sheep at the ranch that you see today out there. Following the initial review of the proposals, the city staff had meetings with both Dustin and Jane to better understand the intent and the underlying details and get clarifications. In addition, staff visited Jane's Labyrinth project, which she did at Loma Vista Immersion Academy in Petaluma, and also the farm of the proposed livestock operator in Dustin, or the Farmster proposal. That's out in Sebastopol. And following these initial discussions, both Jane and Dustin did have a discussion about partnering on a joint project, but ultimately decided that their operational visions were just different. And so we have the two proposals tonight to talk about. And I will say that, based on both the initial review of the proposals and the follow-up meetings with both Dustin and Jane, both of them put together fantastic proposals, and I think and they both bring a passion for this project, and I think they both could bring a fabulous ranch to Cotati, which would be a real benefit to the community. And I will also just say that, just to summarize kind of the long narrative in the staff report, but some of the the perceived, well, let me actually go through these figures here. So I have on the screen, this was the initial proposal from Jane for the Split Rail Farms, and this is just a conceptual site layout of kind of use planning of, you see in the top part there, for sheep, multi-use pasture. Down below, closer to East School, was a vegetable production area. Up front, on the corner there of West Sierra and East School, was a flower garden, and then some pens up front for like small, more docile type animals that like children could interact with. So you have an orchard as well, and then chickens, the existing chicken house that's there now, and a proposed new farm, store, and outdoor kind of barn structure. So this was the initial site layout that was proposed, and this was submitted with the proposal. And then she also did submit a follow-up one after some initial discussions, and that's what you're seeing on the screen here. And it's in the council packet as well. So essentially the same plan. I think the There's just a little bit more nuance in there about the type of activities that might be occurring on site, such as like beekeeping, for example, some pathways through the property to the picnic area and to East School, and also some gardens. So the gardens were identified in the original proposal, but these just provide a little bit more, I guess, a little bit more detail on what was, what she was envisioning there, which is, I guess, a children's garden. So that's that was a follow-up submittal from Split Rail, and then this was the initial proposal from Farmster, from Dustin, and so this one had many of the same elements. It had a grazing area, which is that orange area in the back along El Rancho, and a production garden behind the farmhouse there in green. The green is a green rectangle. And then potentially like a demonstration or not demonstration, a community garden up in the corner there of East School and West Sierra. And then the back there was proposed sort of like a natives kind of garden in the purple there. And then orchards and things like that in those red blocks up front. And then this was again, kind of like Split Rail. This was after initial discussions, a follow-up plan that was provided by Farmster. And so this, I think the main difference here is that there would be no large areas taken up for the native garden. There's garden space, again, still on the East School Street side, and some more livestock up front along West Sierra. So you see a livestock grazing area, chicken area, and pig as well. And there's also a greenhouse in there by the old water tower, which is kind of a new element. So this is kind of where we are at this point in time with regard to site concepts, and so from staff's perspective, the Farmster proposal, they demonstrated that they had a wide network of people that were going to be supporting the project, and it's all in the council packet, the various entities, and they weren't requesting any operational subsidies, and it seemed also like there was a lot of flexibility built into it and community engagement. And with the Split Rail Farms proposal, it was the operational continuity idea I thought was good, and there was funding under a nonprofit that would be provided for the first 2 years. After that, it was more of a question. And so ultimately, it was as difficult as it was. And like I said earlier, I think both proposals were very good, but the staff recommendation was to move forward with the final lease negotiations with the Farmster proposal. And I think it primarily boiled down to just the Farmster proposal having a wider base of support. It seemed to be more certain future financials in that proposal, both on the fundraising side, just in terms of experience with fundraising, as well as revenue, and then the fact that there was no request for operational subsidies in that proposal also, and just the flexibility. The flexibility that Farmster and Dustin had conveyed during the process, I think, bodes well for the potential of that project to be a real asset for the community. However, the recommendation, as you see in the staff report, does come with a couple follow-on recommendations. One is that the lease be a multi-year lease, but it be structured to have like a 2-year upfront term that would be renewed into subsequent 3 5-year terms, and then just providing, before we come back with the final lease, if the council moves forward with them, to get some additional information on the proposed internship program, and that's mostly just to ensure continuity of operations if you have interns moving in and out of the operation. And then also just the structure that would exist on the property long term. So Farmster is a currently constituted nonprofit under RenLink, and the question is just, us individuals are all involved in this now, but 10 years, 20 years from now, when the individuals might be different, what's the long-term structure there to ensure that there's organizational continuity so that the farm continues to operate without any major disruptions, both in the fundraising capabilities but also just operational capabilities. So with that is the end of my presentation, except I will add that both in either case, whether it was Split Rail Farms or Farmster, and the city had made this commitment previously too, is that the city would continue to commit to infrastructure upgrades to get things up and running, with the hope that we could eventually step back in terms of funding once it gets into an ongoing, stable operational mode. And that would take, that I have no illusions that would all happen in 1 year. It would probably happen over, several years. And with that, I will conclude, but just again reiterate that both proposers are here today to tell you more about their projects as well as answer any questions the council might have. Thank you.
Question?
Ross, this is a question, excuse me, this is a question perhaps more for Mr. DiMatteo and Ms. Kennedy. I'm going to have to ask you, I really like parts of both of your presentations. I want to ask again, if we were to ask you seriously, reconsider, because you're both clearly have strong pieces of this. What's the possibility, if we gave you time to reassess, that you could actually do some sort of joint proposal? Because without getting into how I perceive this right away here, I'll say you both bring key pieces, and while I think you could both get there, obviously that would be the superior thing. Anybody's welcome to come up and speak with the two of you, but I'm curious if there's a possibility that still exists for that. I don't think I'll go quite that far, but
not unless he wants my 4 kids too.
I think we just lost that option, but nevertheless, I would like to see if that's something you think is possible if we gave you the time to reassess it.
Yeah, I do. We did discuss it, as Damien had mentioned. He requested that we talk about working together on this, and we looked at each other's plans, and Dustin was very willing to work together, and I think I wanted to propose my idea the way I wanted to show it, because I felt like I really saw a cohesive, finished plan for my proposal, but that doesn't mean that I wasn't willing to work after something comes decided. I didn't know how many proposals were going in. I didn't know if there were going to be 15 other proposals, and I actually had a baby in June. So right when I got Damien's email, I was 10 days postpartum. So I said, okay, well, we could work together potentially after we knew if one of us was going to have a lease or want the community liked our idea, but it's hard to nail out a partnership or any sort of agreement in joining our two ideas together before we know if, we were going to be the people moving forward with the lease. And so that was part of my reason to apply alone, because I didn't know how many applicants were actually.
Well, first of all, you have the best excuse I've ever heard, and I think that's a very good one. So I'll go with that.
She's
Mr. DiMatteo, and don't go too far, because I have just a couple of questions for each of them, and I'll try and go through them quickly.
Well, thank you for the question. Yeah, so the initial mandatory tour for anybody who's interested in proposing, I believe, was around July 15th or so, and attending that tour along with the other nonprofits and Jane as well, I believe right after I spoke with Jane and just to Damien's point, wanted to maintain operator continuity going forward. I knew I was interested in both the site as well as the buildings and the historical value. She wanted to sit down and follow up and, of course, have more discussion around it. We met, and same thing, I fully appreciate and value the expertise she has in her current operations at Split Rail. She seemed to not want to partner in that regard. And then we had our meetings with city staff, and there was a point where we asked to collaborate again for a third time. And at that point, we had a phone conversation. We had each other's proposals. I understood, many of the elements that the city staff really appreciated in hers as well as ours. And, for one reason or another, she has her vision, and I totally admire and I respect that. Our proposal, I wanted to just maintain the integrity, and when we put our proposal together, we wanted to do that and maintain our stance on not only the concepts, but what the building functions would be too. And I think that's where maybe there was a disconnect. I'm not quite sure, but there was multiple efforts to collaborate and before proposals were even made to work together on it. So.
Right, well, let's see how the evening goes. And since I have you right here, I'll ask my questions very quickly of you. First of all, full disclosure, I did have the opportunity actually to talk briefly with Mr. DiMatteo recently, and I did ask him 2 questions about his proposal since I was talking to him. I will ask you those again. I'm sorry to make you repeat it, but this way my colleagues and the public will have the benefit of what we talked about. So first of all, let's see, page 42 here. It mentions it was observed that with the Farmster proposal, looking at some of the roadshow you did, taking a look at the various things, that the livestock may be more formally available to the public. Speak to me a little bit about this. Does your approach lead to something where this is something casually that neighborhood kids, people walking, can walk in as opposed to a more strict class-based reservation usage?
It would definitely be a both and. Initially, during the first 2 years of startup, we really want to play into the favor of the city as some of the buildings are looked at and really determining which ones will be upgraded sooner and later. There will be those opportunities for informal education. I do it all the time at our local model site through Daily Acts. We have people passing by, doing tours, asking more questions, and I think due to the fact that there may not be full access up front, there will be plenty of opportunities for educational engagement informally regarding the livestock on site, as well as upcoming events and programs for people to get involved with, as well as tours around the property and the perimeter. And then once there is more full access and we have some more of those fundraised dollars earned, we would like to do formal workshops and talks and whatnot hosted out at the farm. And specifically give people hands-on opportunities with livestock. So
I think that would be something for both of you to consider. There's a lot of value. And I understand how difficult it is to make something like this readily available to the public at the drop of a hat. But to the small degree you can try to encompass that in how you set up your operation, it would be a selling point for me, I think. I wanted to ask you about classes, because as I took a look at the offerings in the split, in the Cotati demonstration farm sheet here, and that Ms. Kennedy put forward basic instruction on how to do home gardening, how to raise chickens, how to do the infrastructure for that in backyards, keeping bees, putting food up for the winter, pickling, cheese making. These struck me as things that would be valuable for our residents. A lot of people seem to be interested in that. A lot more people are growing food and beyond just a couple of tomatoes in the backyard in summer, as perhaps we've had historically. And as I looked at what I saw on Farmster, it was a little more vague and diffused from that. Can you speak to these type of classes? Can you convince me that you will be presenting this sort of value to our constituents?
I think one of the things as a lead operator, the 3 elements of development, management, programming specifically, I littered the entire proposal with both the RCD, and that will have its own specialized young adult programming, but being a program coordinator with Daily Acts and also hosting a food preservation series very close by, these are things that as we continue to develop, we will rely on program partners to help with some of that stuff. I'm going to be the first to say I haven't made cheese before. I'd love to. But these are things that in today's world we can learn about. We can go to the folks that are masters or experts in that field, and it takes money to pay that person to host that class. And I think by leaning on these other partner organizations, we'll be able to not only reduce the program cost, but deliver something that isn't me just going on Wikipedia and trying to learn it.
No, I don't think we want that. So this isn't something that would be coming right out the gate, but it's something you look to develop and hope to provide down the road once you have expertise, funding in place, the various things that need to happen. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think the last thing I'm going to ask you about right here, and you mentioned in terms of fundraising, this is a minor point, but you mentioned on, let's see, what page is this? 107, Sally Tomatoes. My friend Gerard Giudice, who I think very highly of, and I like Sally Tomatoes. But I note this is not a local business, and I'm wondering if long-term, I'd like to see both of you speak to your focus on, will be a Cotati institution. It has been actually for a century. Hopefully continues that long. I'd like to see fundraising, everything focus around it to the degree we can, kept locally. My experience is things often shared between our sister community, Rohnert Park, and us. Sometimes Cotati doesn't quite derive as much benefit from that.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, given the fact that when we first started this project, we were not only headquartered, but we were operating out at Sonoma Mountain Village and very close to Sally Tomatoes, so naturally we had a great ally in that. And we hosted a number of events there for slighted cost for our nonprofit status. And it was one of those things that when I was putting the proposal together, I wanted to just make sure that we had true community partners to help specifically to development. Because with the experience of trying to do this at another property, I know you need to fundraise first and farm second. And that is ultimately what I showed in the financial statements, is that we've started to think about if we were assigned lead operator tonight, we could start hosting events and start fundraising around the cause tomorrow. So I just wanted to show the sense of urgency.
Yeah, and I would agree with that assessment. I think that's important. Well, I don't want to take too much time. If I could have a quick question for Ms. Kennedy here, I think that would be helpful, and then I will be done. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Lev.
So what I wanted to ask you is lay out how Split Rail plans to get up to a functioning nonprofit status to get this in place with fundraising abilities, because that seems to be the major challenge. I mean, I will really say, I love this. I think you totally get what we're looking for. Not to say that Farmster doesn't, but you, perhaps just because you've been here a few years, that helps a bit. But that seems to be the challenging part.
Yeah, so in my proposal, we have a family trust that my family has put towards other nonprofits run by, our family and other nonprofits that are disconnected from our family to fund projects, including the Labyrinth, and that's actually why I brought Damien out to see the Labyrinth that we just installed at my son's school. Not that it's a nonprofit, but it's a school where we donated money to through the PTA fund there. So, and I just wanted to use that as an example of something that we designed, got approved by the principal and the district, and then implemented. I mean, we actually dug the holes with shovels, and I picked up the plants in my truck, and we planted, 320-something plants and trees and put in all that. So my family trust would be providing 2 years of funding to get the farm going, and then we do plan on fundraising outside of that. And then also the farm, I would hope that would sustain itself in a way that the products that are produced and the programming that is provided by the staff of the nonprofit can fund, pay for most of the costs.
You kind of segued right into my next question. Okay. It appears to me that past that first 2 years, some of your proposal depends on some on-site sales of things that are grown and produced there, which is something we can do with that property. How have you assessed that income there? Because I don't think we want to get into as opposed 2 years and whoops, this is not funding whatsoever.
Right.
That's a big concern.
Well, so Split Rail Farms is my own family farm that I run with my husband of 10 years. And we started out, with a few animals, and then we would add things slowly as we grew the farm financially, including doing farmers markets and CSA boxes and selling to local restaurants, and we sell a lot of livestock, breeding stock to other farmers and ranchers in the area. And my farm currently brings in about, we have a similar size farm. Our farm's about 3.5 acres, and we do bring in about what I'm presuming we can bring in from this farm. And I believe with the actual open hours and having, staff there living on site and having a farm store where we can sell goods from the site is going to be not easy, but it's going to be possible to bring in that income. Every time we have people come to our farm to tour it from Farm Trails, we were members of Farm Trails for a long time, and they always wanted to buy something to take home, even if they were in Hawaii, and they'd buy yarn from our sheep, or they would, take some eggs home to San Francisco from where, from our farm. So I have sold eggs. We have an egg selling license. I've sold eggs. I've sold yarn. I've sold all sorts of, livestock, but, it is, it's a lot easier if you actually have people visiting your farm on a regular basis, and I think that's what this farm will have.
Last piece of this then, Jane, if I can ask you. So with your plan, you're thinking that sales could help largely, to a large degree with this, and then some subsequent fundraising may be necessary. In terms of fundraising, I guess what I was getting at, what's the structure you have in place, or is this something you have to build, and what is the bandwidth you have available to do that?
I don't have a structure in place, to be honest, for fundraising. That is something I plan on working on as soon as I know where we're at. I'm actually talking to Slide Ranch, which is in Marin County and does a lot of fundraising to provide funds for that. They do a lot of events, and I've talked to them about, working together or getting ideas from them on which grants are possible in the situation that, we're up here in Sonoma County, and, we're obviously a different type and different size of program. But I think the programming's part of what we can bring money to the nonprofit to run the nonprofit. I would like to offer everything for free, but I know that some things we will have to charge. I've taught backyard chicken classes at College of Marin and at other feed stores, and people do, need to learn some basic farm stuff if they want to, partake in kind of the homesteading that is happening here in Sonoma County. And so I have taught those classes, and people are very willing to join those classes, and I'd like to offer them for scholarships for, low income, but I also know that you can charge for programs like that to bring in some of the funding as well.
Well, very good. Thank you.
Oh, and I pickle and make cheese, and I've done lots and lots of the programming that I mentioned. It's not something that I would be outsourcing. A lot of it would be directed by myself and my years of experience doing those things. So.
Well, I want to say for the public's case, I mentioned to nobody that I like pickles, so I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that last part. We're going to discount that totally. I'm just going to say to my colleagues, I've left with the thought that I see Farmster has the bandwidth to do this, a good vision for the community, and certainly has a funding strategy that seems strong. Split Rail really gets the concept of we have an historic farm. It's continuing that process and indeed educating the community in farming. You both have, but you bring some significant expertise too. I see you both have significant pieces of this, and I continue to wonder why that isn't something that wouldn't be superior together somehow. But I will leave that for my colleagues to tease out, since I've taken more than enough time.
John, do you have any questions?
I thought I might defer to Councilmember Delasso with his knowledge of the open space district.
Okay.
Some of that information, and then come back if I have further questions.
Okay. Do you have questions?
I always have questions.
I just thought you might.
So it sounds like we've moved away from having you guys make presentations, because you're kind of doing that through these direct questions, which is fine. I will also share my full disclosure. Dustin, I've known through Daily Acts, certainly, off and on, and working on projects, and Jane and her husband Ben, I strongly encouraged them through the previous city manager to get the sheep over here, and I think it's worked out really great. It's worked out to the point where neighbors have emailed me saying, I'm really concerned because those sheep look like they need to be sheared, and it's hot out there. So I love the fact that the neighbors around here are seriously involved. So thank you guys both for your proposals. I agree with the Vice Mayor that I think, you guys bring a lot of expertise And if those two ideas came together, this would be a great project. It's not that it wouldn't be great if it's one or the other as well. So a few questions I have. Funding has come up. We've heard a bit about funding. It sounds like there's 2 years of funding for sure right off the bat. And, fundraising is fundraising. I mean, it is what it is. It's not a guarantee, but, a project like this could be really a great project for others to fund. And I'm going to try to find all of my questions. I think as far as the proposals, when we read through these in our packets, certainly over the weekend, that the community vision of this being a working demonstration farm, you guys get. I think Jane had a little more of a plus on that than Dustin's proposal. That doesn't mean that maybe I may have missed something, but I really think, that it came out. And also the vision for the ranch, which went out in the RFP, the request for proposals, looking at this year-round agriculture and livestock operations. This is a small property. It's not like we're going to have, 40 sheep, 50 cows, 160 chickens. I get that. But, what little we can show, and maybe seasonally things could rotate, I think would be a real benefit for the city and for the citizens. And I see a lot of youth education that could take place here. I mean, I really think that's a huge, huge effort. I'm trying to go back to all my other questions. Sorry. I'll just flip pages here. So staffing, that's my next question. Whoever wants to go first, come up and sort of address, your vision for staffing the site. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that.
Okay, so for my proposal, I already have a farm and I live off-site in Pengrove, so I wouldn't see myself living on site there. It just wouldn't be practical for my family. We plan on putting a manager or 2 people in the house as farm managers, hired staff that would be paid a salary, and their rent would be deducted from their salary, and that's would help have 2 people on site there all the most of the time, watching what's going on and taking care of the animals and planting the plants and making sure irrigation isn't leaking and those types of things. Myself would be the director of the nonprofit, and I would be running it, instructing, managing it, and making sure those staff are doing what they're supposed to be doing. I would be there as often as need be, but I wouldn't be living on site. That would be for the on-site managers to do and be part of their compensation. And then other than that, I think with 2 staff, we can run, with myself being a director, I think we can run that size operation. I'm modeling after Tilden Park, which is in Berkeley. They have a little farm called Tilden Park Little Farm. And Stanley Ward, their manager there, is a full-time staff, and he has no other paid staff that help with the farm there. And I've seen his operations many times, and he's toured me through his setup and how it works, and he is able to do it himself. He works a lot, but with his 40-hour-a-week schedule, he's not allowed overtime, and he's able to manage the animals, clean up all the stalls, repair fencing, and run programming. And so I know that with two staff and myself and my family, I think that the staff would be enough to cover the program that we plan on implementing.
Right, thank you. Dustin?
So in regards to staffing, as a lead operator, one of my strengths is actually in corporate compliance and making sure that everybody's happy with what's going on out there. But that's not to say that I would not be participating fully as much as possible in farming and supporting what would be a farm manager on site too, very similar to Jane's, living in the house, operating the site, requesting support when needed, and that's my job to go and get the dollars or resources to make it happen. But I'd be remiss if I didn't invite Nancy up, who is the management consultant that I put forth in the proposal, and she could speak to a little bit more about staffing and management in a holistic sense.
Good evening. My name's Nancy Prevelich, as Dustin mentioned. Been working with him on this proposal. And just to give you a little bit of background, I'm a fifth-generation Sonoma County, West Sonoma County rancher on both my mother and my father's side. We've been ranching in Bodega since 1856 and in Sebastopol on the other side of the family since about 1910. And right now I operate a full-fledged farm in the middle of downtown Sebastopol, about a block away from Ives Park. I've got a lactating dairy cow, I got a bull, I got about 20 pigs, a couple chickens, ducks, sheep, goats, llama, the whole nines. We do utilize rotation, bringing animals in and out, working with other properties, other participants, other community members, depending on this time of year, depending on just what farms are living, breathing things. We can plan, but at some point we also have to be flexible and treat them as living, breathing things. And I want to say that one of the things that when we ran Gleason Ranch, in fact, there was a movie made about us about 2 years ago, a documentary full-length feature film that is now all throughout the country on Amazon, Google+, you can look it up. It's called On Our Own. We were a family operation, and we were funded by a family trust as well. And then life happened, and the legs fell out from underneath it. We ran 5,000 chickens in Bodega, 100 head of cattle, 60 head of sheep, 60 head of pig. And now I'm down to 1 acre in the middle of downtown working with my community. What I learned from that was there was a reason that farm families used to have 9 to 13 children. It takes a village. I was Dustin's role in my family when my family was still alive and well. Like I said, it all fell apart when life happened. What I appreciate about what Dustin brings and his ability to collaborate, as he said, to oversee, make sure everybody's needs are met, because such things as, say, added value programming, the cheese making, the pickling, the educational programming, bringing in the access for the community members and whatnot, and then the actual just day-to-day grunt work that has to get done, however you want to call it an educational program or not, it still needs to get done. Those are all very different tiers of the operation in this whole scope of everything. So in terms of between creating shifts that are an internship opportunity, let's say, for possibly, we've been working with the Alumni Association at Sonoma State already, talking with the Director of Sustainability there and their needs for their students, seeing how we might incorporate that on some level. Dustin working on fundraising and the dollars and cents, while I can show you how to castrate a pig if you need to know that information. I'm here for that. But that it takes all of us, you know, and so I just, the ability to bring in a community, and so I can tell him, all right, nuts and bolts, this is what we're going to need to make sure that this thing's operating and we're not upsetting the neighbors, and nuts and bolts in terms of getting accreditation for units for any kind of student body that we incorporate from Sonoma State. It just really, it takes many hands, many brains, and I just want to let you know that I think feel very excited and confident in Dustin's ability to pull all of that together.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Did you want to add anything more, Dustin, or that's good? Got it. So my last point, I know John had mentioned about ag and open space, and there are certain restrictions, if I'm not mistaken, with what the deal was when money was acquired from them to purchase the property. And I know that one part of your proposal, Jane, was to possibly, which I actually loved, but when I read the lease agreement, it's like you can't do it. And that was selling other Sonoma County products that aren't produced on site in this, and yeah, if you want to address that, that's fine. And it was unfortunate that that's just something that's kind of not allowed under the agreement with Ag and Open Space District.
Yeah, and I don't mean just, any products from any farm, but I had talked to Farm Trails a long time ago when my husband sat on the board about opening a Farm Trails store. A lot of small farms like my own don't want, it's our family home as well, and I have 4 young children, so I don't want people driving in and out every day. And so I was thinking that other farms like us could pull together and open a store where they could market their products. We slaughtered USDA, so our meat was sellable. We sold at the Cotati Farmers Market for a while. We sold at the Berkeley Farmers Market for a while. But we didn't want people coming into our house all hours of the day, people, touristing on the weekends. We have my kids' birthday parties and things like that. So we had talked about opening a farm trail store years ago, and we thought that it would be a really beneficial part of Farm Trails or a community Sonoma farming collective or something like that, to be able to offer, this farm has olive oil. Well, just because you sell olive oil, you may not want to sit in an office waiting for someone to come by your farm on some day to maybe buy some. You also have a life and have to be farming and doing your regular stuff. So having kind of a collective where those products could be offered, with one person selling products from a couple of the farms in the area, we thought that would be a benefit. It is not a necessary part of the proposal, but that's what we were envisioning.
Right, no, and I appreciate that. And I thought it was clever to do that, and I think it just helps with the history of Sonoma County and agriculture in Sonoma County. Kind of a moot point, according to Ag and Open Space, so we'll move on. That doesn't mean you still can't sell products that are raised there on site. So, for both of you. So I think with that, again, I see a lot of pluses from both proposals. I have little bits of hesitation on some parts of both proposals, so I have no idea where I'm going with this, which is great. But I will say that, I think you guys have both put forth really good proposals, and I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Wendy?
I wanted to say, so many times we throw out ideas and ask for bids and proposals and things, and we get maybe one or we get no and then none, and then we have to, I just love that we have this much passion and this level of interest in doing this sort of project. And I know, having worked with the Historical Society, it's a really important site, and so I really appreciate your time and energy and effort in putting these ideas together, because it stinks to have to choose between two things, but at the same time, it's fantastic to have the options and the pros and the cons of both plans and ideas. So thank you guys both for your time. I really appreciate that, and I think it's wonderful that we have these sorts of resources in our community. And so I really appreciate you guys bringing this to the table, and then also just that level of enthusiasm that you bring to the community. So thank you very much.
I have a question. When I look at the two different plans, it looks like on the Farmster plan, the only buildings that are going to be utilized are the buildings that are already existing on the site. Granted, they need some work and help. Is that true? Okay. Now, when I look at Jane's proposal, it looks like you are going to utilize some of the buildings that are already there, but you are proposing 2 new buildings. One a farm store and one looks like a viewing barn.
Damien, can you switch the slide over to that one? Thank you. Okay. Yes, and, for the farm store, I think that we could, look at the existing building that is there, but to make it ADA accessible with an ADA bathroom, I know Damien and I had talked about it might not be a benefit to use that building because of so much changing that would have to happen. And so the farm store location would work with the building that is existing, and I'm happy to look into using that building. But to have access for like an ADA bathroom and ramp and all of that, we'd have to kind of assess if that makes sense to update that building itself. I don't know its structural benefit, but I can go point to the one, the farm store, that's the farm store.
Mm-hmm.
We also changed the entrance to the property in the secondary slide that we have here. Mostly because there's not going to be enough parking on site when you're doing a bus tour for an elementary school. If they're going to bring their second grade class for a tour, they're going to be parking over here on, the city building side. And so with that in mind, we decided that when we looked at it a little bit closer, that having the entrance to the farm would make sense to actually enter from the city. Is it School Street? I'm sorry. Yeah, so that is a change. It would keep the house and the living quarters of the farm managers a little bit more separate from the access for the visitors, which I think would be a benefit for safety and the flow of the tours and things like that. So we added a walking path. The new structure would be that barn that says viewing barn there, and I'm modeling that after the Tilden Park viewing barn that they have at the Little Farm. And I attached some photos. I hope some of you may have them attached, but I did add some photos. I went and really looked at how they have access to the livestock in a safe and interactive way for the people that are viewing it. Things that I hadn't thought of, like having really low railings so that people in wheelchairs or young kids don't have to stand on a stool or have their mom, because my stall doors are about this tall, and I spend most of my day with my knee halfway up and a kid balancing on my knee so they can see the piglets in the stall. And so I went to Tilden Park, and all their doors were so much lower, and I said, oh, I don't even have to lift my 4-year-old. He can see clearly over and watch the animals without, needing a boost. So the viewing barn I do have modeled after the Tilden Park viewing barn. And the stalls would have things like a sow with piglets, which I've heard is the biggest hit at Tilden Park. Pigs are very difficult. They do root around tree roots and can be very destructive and loud. And there are definitely things to think about when you are keeping pigs or wanting to have pigs in an area. Tilden Park, what they do, and I think this is a really ingenious way of doing this, is they actually bring in a pregnant sow from a Petaluma farmer here. He's a retired, I think he's a retired firefighter, and I've got his contact. But they bring a pregnant sow in. The sow has the babies on site at Tilden Park, and once the babies are weanable, they switch it out for another pregnant sow. So the babies never get bigger than, this. My pigs at home are 650 pounds. So if you have, if you have to have a boar and a female and you're breeding on site, it's much more complicated. And I believe doing good tricks like that Stanley from Tilden Park kind of gave me some great insight to how to have the most benefit for the visitors and viewing and interaction with the least kind of negative impact to the small space that we have. And so that's what the new building is, and that I think would have to be built. I don't think it would be a way to use one of the buildings on site to accomplish what we would like to see done.
And in your proposal, how do you foresee that building being built? Is it your expectation that the city would build that building?
Yeah, because I think that would be something that would stay on site. So that would be something that, we can talk about it, obviously, and I would love to be able to find funding to do that through a fundraising. But in thinking that, we're trying to build something for the Cotati community, if we can work out some funding from the remodel funding instead of remodeling a barn to fit the use, or retrofitting one of the existing buildings to put it towards a building that would be able to be used for that, would be what I would love to talk about.
And do you have an estimate for the cost of that? Anyone? Someone? Anyone?
So, well, I don't know if you got an estimate from.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I wanted just to jump in for a second, and
okay.
I don't have an estimate.
Okay.
I just wanted to say just a couple points, factual points. And this is on page 45 of the packet. So we do have, because it's a matching grant program, the city does have a matching grant requirement that we still have a ways to go on, and that was some of the rationale behind providing some of the upfront infrastructure is to help us get to that goal. So there is certainly some level of money that the city still expected over some period of time to be putting into the property as part of that matching grant requirement. And then in terms of building square footages, so the conservation easement says that the limit is 10,000 square feet and a height limit of 24 feet. And the existing building area is about 4,000 square feet. So that would leave about 6,000 square feet for new structures, or if we knock down the livestock barn, that's pretty dilapidated right now. That's kind of in the general location on this figure of where that viewing barn is. It probably would be cheaper just to remove that structure and build something different there, whatever that is, or the same kind of thing. But sometimes trying to retrofit old structures is far more expensive than just putting a new one down. But anyway, so if that were removed, we'd have about 7,300 square feet of building area that we could do, up to 24 feet high. So just as way of background, that was part of the approach with all the people that attended the mandatory tour, was really to convey that there was at least an expectation on the city's part through the matching grant program that there would be some infrastructure contributions in the front end of this, and then hopefully kind of wean them off operationally as the things get up and running.
Isn't there already a significant amount of work that needs to be put forth to shore up the existing buildings that are already there, the ones that we know we want to keep?
Mm-hmm. There is. There certainly is, yeah. But it's, before we embark on doing that, we wanted to have this conversation first so that we're not shoring up something that we decide we don't really want to keep in the future. So, once we get through this discussion and we really have a solid direction on what we're doing with stuff, then.
And also with buildings, I mean, there's times where even historic structures, when you replace a historic structure, you do it in kind, using similar materials, and it sometimes is less expensive to, it's a harsh word, but demolish, an older building and build it from the ground up, but so it's structurally sound, but it still meets the historic integrity of the property and of the structure. So that's not an uncommon practice.
I was really more concerned about additional cost to the costs that were already in here to restore the buildings that we know we need to restore in order for them to be utilized for any of these other purposes. So my point was, is it a new building? You answered that yes. And how was it going, what was your expectation for how it would be paid for? And it sounds like, if I'm hearing you correctly, that your assumption is that the city would pay for that.
Yeah, and the house that I know is part of the historic building and does need to be kept there and restored. I have been in the house Damien led us through, and I don't think the entire funding that was kind of allocated to this farm property would necessarily need to be used just on the house alone, and so I think that it can be done cost effectively to preserve the house and have enough left over to build a new building that is not one of the old dilapidated barns that would take a lot to kind of fix, to allow public in at least. My dad has a contracting license, and I've built, I've had houses built around me, and I don't think that the house is in such bad repair that it would need the entire amount of the funding that's listed.
So in the council packet, there's a structural evaluation of
Right.
existing structures out there.
There's heating, and there's electrical, and there's plumbing, and there's ADA, and there's the list goes on.
The farmhouse is, as I recall, is primarily like electrical and heating and that sort of thing. Some of the other structures need foundations,
right,
and that sort of thing. So I guess that's just two different, alternate visions, right? One is some new buildings, and one is taking what's kind of there now, but restoring it. Either way, it's going to be an investment, I guess.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But I wouldn't, I didn't hear in either proposal that people would want to abandon the house. Both have a use for the house. So regardless of that, the house needs to be fixed. And unfortunately, or fortunately, or however, we have to do things in a certain manner in order to get it up to a position where people could enter it, correct? Am I?
Well, so,
Oh, I think Damien and I had asked, or I had asked Damien once about the house, if you have a, like, on-site manager living there, that it does not need to be ADA accessible if no other visitors are visiting the house, and that was part of the concern. We had talked about having an ADA bathroom, that it wouldn't necessarily need to be in the house.
So regardless of what the use of the house is in the future, there's some safety upgrades that have to happen.
Right.
And that's what we just talked about, the electrical, the heating, all that sort of thing. So that needs to happen regardless. If the house were to become, and this is to get to Jane's point, if the house were to become a publicly accessible building, I'm not talking about, in either proposal, they'll have a farm, they'll have farm hands or farm managers or whatever the case may be living there. The standards, as I understand it, the standard is different than if you have a publicly accessible building. If you have a publicly accessible building, there's a whole different suite of ADA type upgrades that need to happen to make it accessible for the public. So.
Okay. Did you have a question?
I just wanted to dovetail on something you brought up, because I kind of jotted that down, the question of, because we do have much more significantly than you think the costs involved in everything we need to do to get all the structures on site to a usable function again is significant. So that's the first question I had. Oops, so this is a new thing budget-wise, how's this doing? Because my assessment from looking at your proposal was you were expecting we'd do that. But what I want to get back to and make sure I'm understanding, because this might be different than my expectation was, Madam Mayor, it sounds like you're suggesting that the cost of foundation work that's required for that old barn, there's a potential it may be some, versus doing a complete redo as being suggested here, building it to what we may want, may be more equivalent than we think. I mean, how far off here? I mean, because I really need to get a sense, is this a significant extra exposure, or is this something that actually is worth considering because it might be doable?
Well, so I don't know for sure.
And I get that we're spitballing a little at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're building two structures in the place of one, it's probably going to be more expensive to do two structures instead of one. But in terms of relative scale of cost, I couldn't tell you tonight.
I mean, that's something it might be helpful to hear back on, because it seems to be a clear decision point, because there's good arguments why a new structure would be superior in a lot of ways, but the cost, I agree, the cost, we have to have a clear idea of it when we look at the significant costs already encumbered with the rest of the work.
Well, so which barn, okay, in the estimates, we have site work, there's estimates for that. There's the buildings, there's the main house, there's an estimate for that. The water tower, something called a large barn, a small barn, and then the shed building, it says demolish, and there's a cost to demolish. So which?
So which ones are which?
Well, so which, I'm assuming that the main house building, no matter what, we're going to fix that, correct?
Correct.
The water tower, we're going to fix that.
Correct.
Is the large barn the one that everybody is referring to using for the chickens? Or is that the small barn?
That would be the single-story barn, the small barn.
The single-story barn, okay. So the large barn is the one that may or may not be replaced with a new structure? Is that?
Correct. That's the subject of discussion here, yeah.
Okay, so to kind of tag along to what Vice Mayor's saying, so the large barn, the estimate for that is almost $27,000. I'm guessing because we have a demolition for the small building, that's 3,500, we would have to demolish. So we have to eat up some of that. I would venture to say, although I don't know, that we probably can't build a whole new barn for $23,000.
So just to put it in perspective, the large barn that you see there, really what the intent of that is to put a new foundation on the bottom and just keep it from it's not to allow anyone inside it. It's really just to structurally make it solid, right?
Yeah.
And so then when you take it to the next step of actually allowing access, for people in there,
right,
that's one of the level of improvements that would cost more money. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to. That's I guess what my hesitance in comparing the two, because if you take the existing barn and you try to, granted it's a relatively small structure, but if you try to upgrade it to the point where you can allow people into it, it's going to be more than this number.
Right.
How much more, I just couldn't say.
Right.
Versus just having a new one. Depends on the size of the structure and what kind of amenities it has.
More than that.
Probably.
Okay.
But I would like to know more about it. It seems more doable than I would have thought, at least when we first sat down.
Yeah, I would I'm guessing it's going to be at least $100,000.
Well, then the question I think you have to
But-
sort out before getting
Yeah.
into public comment and stuff, but is long-term what value to expect to get out of it? Is it worth the investment? That's
Right.
the other question, too.
And it begs off does it make more sense to fix up the existing one or to John's point, make one that looks like it, but will have a longer life because it's a newer structure? Okay. Any more questions? Yes, you have a question?
I just deferred all of mine until I heard from.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. All right. So, question away.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind switching back real quick, just to kind of, since we're talking about infrastructure and improvements and City of Cotati's budget. So one thing that I will not do is compromise safety for preservation, and I want to be sure that, throughout the proposal, construction assessment, all of these things, the word that came up a lot was preservation. And with the woman who grew up in the house and whatnot living right next door, I want to honor that. And, what we have proposed here, although we didn't have the time to label what some of the functioning usages would be, obviously we would like it to be a living quarters in that main farmhouse. If that is the same house where we'll be doing some Cotati Historical Society stuff, I almost don't think it'd be a good idea to have our farm managers touring people through their house. And the barn that we are currently talking about demolishing and rebuilding in a very similar, maybe the wood looks the same and whatnot, same size, same width, all these things. One of the things that we're starting to notice and we've included in our plan is for that not to be a farm store, to create a farm store in a sense. If you have a farm, you need to build stuff. And that would be a workshop, both woodworking and welding, and that would allow you to, hopefully, in the long run, not have to rely on the city as much going forward operationally. And if the buildings are safe, we don't want to pull on the city's budget as much to furnish it and bring it up to all of these amazing conceptual things, because that isn't how the site was used. And if we're talking about preserving the cultural heritage, I would say if you don't build a workshop on that site, in that barn, you're kind of doing a disservice to what it means to farm. You need a place to build stuff. That's my only comment is, make them safe, and once it's safe, we'll figure out what to do for the community, and it'll serve the farm fully. So that's kind of my point.
Yeah.
With all of these ideas, which I think are some phenomenal ideas, I guess we're okay on zoning for lots of traffic and coming in there, and it's grandfathered in, and it's rural residential, R2. What is that?
It's.
I mean, and one of the concepts, if we have a school bus full of children coming in, is that, something that's appropriately zoned for that?
Well, I think, like a school tour or something, we'd probably park over here at the community center and then come across.
I think John's asking about the zoning, right?
Yeah, well, it's zoned for the uses, these type of uses, yeah.
Do we know what kind of, what it is? Ms. Parker might know, no? Neighborhood low residential, which does not take in any components of vehicular people traffic? Okay, and one of the reasons I asked that is I lived there, and all of a sudden it went from open space with nobody there and a couple of sheep to the next thing you know, you get a workshop in there, and you got band saws and drill presses and table saws and things like that. As working farm, I'd be like, really? So that's something that I think we should consider on there. At one point in time, there was talk about potentially having a museum over there. Have we abandoned that consideration in these particular proposals?
I think there definitely still could be a historical element. There are historical elements to it just by its nature, but the proposals don't really talk about a museum there. There's a museum here, and I guess that didn't come up as the best fit for the kind of demonstration farm activities that would be happening there. I guess the proposers can speak for themselves on it, but with the type of demonstration ranch activities we're talking about, it just seemed a little bit incongruent to have a museum building there when there's one right across the street, but rather have museum-type displays potentially on the property that would complement what's here across in City Hall.
Okay.
That was my take on it, at least.
Okay. And did you guys have any other ideas on that previous museum conversations?
Well, just one thing to throw out, every meeting we hear announcements from the mayor, and currently, and it's been this way for some time, the museum space here, which is significantly smaller than that structure, the Cotati Historical Museum is open regularly the second Tuesday of each month from 5 to 7, and Saturdays from 1 to 4 by appointment. So, would we take up a valuable space, this is just a question, would we take up a valuable space like that for, a total of X hours per week? Because I don't know that we could assume Cotati Historical Society would be able to operate more hours. And I think that's a pretty valuable space. I've heard the discussion over the years that, hey, we'd love to move over there, we'd love to move over there. Is that the best use of that particular structure?
That's my question. That was something I don't think that we ever vetted on that. It was bantered about, but no one ever came to any conclusion. And the proposals, which I love the proposals, but it's just like, what happened to this other component? We've abandoned that?
I don't know if I would say abandoned, but I hear what you're saying, because it's something we did talk about off and on. I always kind of like the idea. It would be valuable. But I think what we've run into is we do have this responsibility when we got this property, as we found very quickly in the downturn, trying to manage it as we were supposed to was challenging. Now trying to get it up to the use that we want long-term to have is challenging too. And the problem is with the resources we have there right now, it's pretty clear with either proposals we have that come forward, they need that space for people to live there and actually work and make that work. If we don't allow that, then we don't have a functioning proposal over there. So we have a decent museum here. To make that park work, it sounds like, to me at least, at a first read of this, we need that space. Now, if that property had 2 small farmhouses, we'd be in business. Unfortunately, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that, depending on square footage we use up down the line, we could not put a building there eventually if we were in the financial position to do so. I think if the square footage remained, I think that would be fair with the usage we're allowed for this property. But it does mean we wouldn't be doing it right away. But I'm looking at it that way. If we did chose to say, nope, we've thought for a long time we want a museum, we put the museum there, then the whole use of the park is essentially stymied until we could build another structure.
I would not disagree with some of your conclusions on there. It's a conversation that we've never vetted.
That's what you asked, so that's why I thought I'd just toss it out, because I agree with you.
Okay. There was a comment that was made in talking about refurbishing the house specifically when Ms. Kennedy was talking about that. And the downsides of that, having a contractor in the family and building things, it's a lot less expensive in the private sector than it is when you do it on a municipal government property, because, I think a lot of people think it's just deep pocket. And it's be a wonderful idea if we could work something like that out, if that were the direction we were going. I'm curious, Dustin, what you envision the participation level and reasoning for the potential participation with Sally Tomatoes. And you can elaborate on that. I'm wondering what you see as Sally Tomatoes' participation other than promotional, and if there's an end goal in mind that I'm not seeing here, and if you might be able to elaborate on that a little bit.
So promotion, yes. To take it a step further, we've hosted 2 events out there. One was our launch party where we made $1,500. The second follow-up one was an actual festival. It was our first annual festival. We were supposed to have many more after that before Tiger Salamanders, we found out, could potentially occupy that space. So we cleared out of there. But they're still willing to make that same commitment of discounted event space and a development partner going forward on what would be like a fundraising committee. And Gerard, if you know, is very well connected out here to, I don't have a family foundation, but he's a well-networked individual and, one of my best friends out here. So it's nice to have people like that. So definitely more than promotion, tangible events, and regular residual income is one of those things that we'd like to do with monthly events.
I've known Gerard since he opened up in Cotati, in that little tiny place, that's now Tiny Thai, and that's why I was curious what his motivation was and what his end goal might be in there. Thank you for that clarification. It doesn't seem to me that having big events catered there is what that particular area was designed for.
Are you talking about the ranch or Sally Tomatoes?
The ranch.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if you don't want a workshop, then having big events out there definitely wouldn't be a good use. But that's why it's nice to have somewhere out here at an event center that would be willing to host. So.
Meaning if the farmsters were to look at that, then they wouldn't necessarily host an event there with
Well, it's one of those things
people?
where we don't want to have neighbor complaints about noise volumes. And as a prior student, I recognize that people are very quick to call the police department regarding noise. So I want to be sensitive to that and don't want to get a 120-day, but also it's zoned for low-intensity rec. So we talked about maybe hosting like a movie night out there where we can show Nancy's movie, charge a couple bucks, or not even it's free. Whatever works best for the city, we're willing to work out what that usage fee would look like to do events that are aligned with what the city of Cotati wants and the residents kind of need. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
For me, looking at this, I think these are wonderful concepts. I don't know that I would be prepared to give further direction without maybe looking at more community input, if a workshop would be appropriate.
So,
There's a segue for you.
so, it's 10 o'clock. I think we have to have a motion to,
I'd like to move that we continue the meeting, Madam Mayor.
Second?
a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. So can I open public comment? Will that work?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Yes, George.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for
Sorry about that.
Thank you for extending the meeting. The first thing I'd like to say is I think it's very unfair to the two consultants here tonight to change the rules in the middle of the game. I understand the inclination to want to bring good talent together, I think it's very unfair that you do this to them at this time. I would even fear that maybe some legal ramifications if you go that way. But the fact is, there's this attitude that you don't like competition. And the fact that these two people have come forward with the competition seems to have some bad taste in your mouth. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with the competition. I don't know when it became politically incorrect not to have two competing vendors out here coming forward with the best possible solution for you, and there's going to be a loser. I mean, let's just get past that point. I think the competition is good. The long-term plan for that property, let's review, was for a museum. This was Prue Draper's dream. This was her argument over and over again that the current location for the museum was temporary. We've had this discussion over and over in the years. Her dream was to have it over at the Folletti property. I hope that dream is not as dead as she is right now. May she rest in peace. But the fact that you're coming to this argument right now, that you're bringing this forward, and you've asked for proposals and haven't even gone over that fact is really amazing. The thought also was that there was supposed to be a working farm out there. A working farm with in a historical context, the way farms were operated, back 50, 60 years ago. What you have planned here is some Disneyland manufactured farm that won't resemble any of the historical farms out there. You've already spent $500,000 on the improvements there right now, and $500,000, and it doesn't resemble any historical farm. There were barbed wire fences back then, and they have historical significance. Go to a museum and see the barbed wire displays. That's the way America was built, was on fences like that. There's also no historical input here from the Historical Society. I'm amazed and I'm very troubled that they're not here. They know all about what the plans were for that property all along. And farms, traditional farms, are inherently dangerous. They're as inherently dangerous as any skateboard park or anything else. They're inherently dangerous in the activities that go on out there by a real farmer and a real rancher. And to try to sanitize it and make it into some ADA this and that, I think is foolish. I was under the impression that the public was going to view the working farm at a distance. And there may be some tours on the property to meet a real farmer and tell him and explain to him how to run a real profitable farm, not a nonprofit, okay? Not in this new Soviet age that we're in. A real profitable farm based on supply and demand and meeting market forces and dealing with the government. That's how you want to teach the kids about farming? Run a real farm out there. It's also Folletti, the Follettis.
Are you almost done?
Yeah, but we'll try to give the taxpayers a little more equal time here, just another minute. Is that the fact is the Follettis, rumor was all through town, the Follettis were going to donate that property to the city for that purpose. And then it got hijacked for this project, and now we're spending all this money. Where were all the cars parked? At City Hall? I don't think so. They're not. You won't even allow City Hall to be parking for the homeless. Okay, and you're gonna allow the people and their buses. We spent $120,000. Yeah, almost done, ma'am. We spent $120,000 on the bathroom at La Plaza Park.
Okay.
Keep that in mind with your building costs.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Yes, Lori.
I wanted to say that none of you ever asked if we wanted a farm. I grew up here. The farms were on the west side of the freeway. I worked the Stansbury farm, who was, he became a mayor, he was a councilman. We have Wild Kingdom over there already. We have peacocks. We have, Mark and I, we had quintuplets last year. We've got chickens coming through our door. We got next door, Keith Franz, he does 80% of his, he knows how to garden. He does 80% of his food through, we all know how to garden over. That's where the historic part of Cotati's rural heritage is. And we already have, you're not going to get people from the other side of the freeway because we already have it out there. We've got horses, we've got peacocks, we've got chickens, we have people, it's a wonderful neighborhood as far as beauty. And I could tell you what Folletti Farm was. Dr. Prophet, who was this homeless, strange guy who followed me around even to Sacramento one time, laid out in the sheep fields with him. And that's the history. That's the real history of this. It's not, there was this great farming thing. But there was farms on the west side when I was a teenager, and that's what you need. We don't even have a park out there. You guys, we have the hillside of Thomas Page School. We don't even have the playground. We have the hillside. You have nothing out there, and then you're wanting to put more money over here. It just makes no sense. And just one last thing. My paratransit bus loves coming to my house. It's usually like a bunch of seniors and stuff because they're wanting to know about the peacocks. They're wanting to know about the chickens. We already have a rural here. It's still alive and well. We don't need to do a museum to it, basic farming, when we really do have it out there on the west side. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And Thomas Page's kids don't have to take a bus. They walk by my house to go to the city hall. So,
Eric? You don't look like Eric. Right, Jenny.
He waved me forward, so.
Okay.
I think it's great that there are two different proposals for doing a project on this site, and it's exciting that it looks like something's going to happen there, and it will be small-scale farming and an opportunity for education. And of course, the kids from Thomas Page School will be able to walk there through the tunnel and learn about farming, and maybe groups like 4-H will have an opportunity to come and learn about chickens and sheep and things there. So I think there's a lot of details still to be thrashed out, but it's exciting that there's two proposals from two people who have expertise in farming and fundraising and workshops and teaching about these subjects. So I really wish them and you the best of luck in sorting out the details and deciding how it's going to actually happen. I was also a little bit concerned about the museum because it has been talked about for such a long time that the museum would go into that building eventually. So I don't know what the long-term solution is for that, but anyway, thank you for bringing it this far, and look forward to seeing what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I've been inspired once again. I would like to encourage everyone again, I'll repeat, I'm fifth generation on both my maternal and my paternal side of West Sonoma County farm heritage and history. It's very, very important to me personally. And I would like to encourage everyone to reconceive what we imagine when we talk about the idea of a museum. Because I think what's so special of an opportunity for this project is that we actually have a living, breathing museum that's happening in real time, that is valuing the heritage, because farming doesn't change that drastically. The drastic changes that we've seen in the last 50 years into corporate farming is what has motivated the whole foodie movement, the slow food movement, the cheetah slow movement, because some things were done right the first time, and farming's one of them. And we're all going back to that, the artisanal products, the slow way of doing things, soil enhancement as opposed to annual tilling. So I would just like to maybe bring that conversation about the museum that has come up almost with every speaker at this point. And just like when we think of dance is not always traditional Russian ballet, we had a lot of new choreographers come along, that we can reconceive terms into new realities. And I see the farm as a museum that is both a historic as well as a present-day thriving, functioning entity. So, thanks.
Thank you. Eric, did you want to speak?
Clearly, there's an awful lot that you all have to deal with and that has been done. When things are too good to be true, they usually are. Great ideas, the devil is in the details, it's the implementation. You have a place that happens to be across what used to be a school. It was across from yet another school. It's still across from a nursery school. It's surrounded by a neighborhood of housing. It hasn't been a working farm or ranch for a better part of 30 years. There used to be 6 head of sheep on the property. I've heard a tremendous amount. In Los Molinos, up in the Ishi country, there are pigs walking around. They're 700 pounds. They're the size of a cow. So, wild is wild. Here, yes, we do have peacocks, or did have peacocks, up on El Rancho. We certainly have turkeys that you have to consider if you're going to have a working farm, because there are more turkeys than anything. Somehow City Hall attracts them. There are issues of a fallen tree. The Follettis never had a fallen tree, but now it sits there. For a while you had land that was all but fallow. You just left it. Now there are sheep. There are more sheep than were there before. Sheep cause damage. That's why cattle people don't like them. They eat all the food, and their hooves beat up the ground. So there's all kinds of things of what you want to do. The idea of having a separate entrance makes sense, because the old entrance is not really suitable for somebody to park, drop somebody off, or otherwise use. It once was. It used to be a country road. Things change. I had friends that had 1,000 acres. They finally found it in Napa. They looked all through Sonoma County. They had 1,000 acres of sheep. Guess what? It's not sheep anymore. They grow these grapes and other stuff there now. Things change. You have to think this really through. If you want a demonstration farm, that's fine. If you want to be selling cheese and soap and other things, that's not at all what open space is about, and it's not really what you need in the center of town. You need to give this a little bit more thought to think it out and hash it out. It seems like even the 5 of you don't have all the details to make a decision, and that's probably why you're prolonging the meeting. Give it some time. Think it all out. The 2 proposals are great, but there's still some details that need to be hammered out. There's still a lot of things that need to be worked out. Funding. Yes, old buildings, Angel Island, even some places, probably in Point Reyes, you renovate some old buildings and can use them. There's also incredible amounts of restrictions and cost. So give it some time. Don't always rush to judgment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I'll make this one really short because we're here a long time. But I just don't want you guys to take for granted a certain proposal's willingness to listen and to learn and to work with the community to which you're representing, because I think one favors that much, much more than the other. And although both are excellent proposals, it seems like one is willing to work with you guys as you figure out these same details to which he mentioned aren't all nailed down yet. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Madam Mayor?
Sure.
And which proposal do you think that is?
I believe that is the Farmster proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this subject? Going once, going twice. Okay, I will close public comment on this and bring it back. Oh, now what?
I'll take a quick stab if you
Oh, yeah.
want.
Well, and just to be clear, so what we're looking for tonight is to direct staff to engage with one or the other, and if we grant the lease agreement, then we're going to obviously come back with a final lease agreement proposal, and at that point, if it is granted to one, then we can also have the conversation about trying to implement elements from both. Is that a fair statement?
The action is to give direction on coming back with a final lease agreement with the proposal, and the staff proposal was with Farmster. And I mean, to be clear, there's been lots of discussions and lots of concepts. and a lot of thought, on the part of both parties into getting to this point now. And, I think until we make that next step, I just don't anticipate that we're going to get very much farther in this discussion. And it's an evolution. This whole project's going to be an evolution over time. It's not that, we pick one or the other and then suddenly it's all there. I think the programming and the infrastructure, all that's going to happen over the course of years. So it's an ongoing discussion, and I don't think all the nuances, obviously we're not going to have all the nuances figured out yet because that's part of an ongoing discussion that we're going to have. But I think, we have as much information, I think, as we're going to get, at least at this point. And I will also say one more thing just about, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but on the museum thing. And it was talked a little bit about this up here. But if the farmhouse were a museum, then, to some of the discussion that happened up at the dais already, we would need another structure there because the key part of both proposals is that farmhouse is the on-site manager, and that's part of the financial plan for either one of them. And if you take it up with the museum, then that's another cost that basically it would either be the city funding it ongoing for some period of time, or the city has to build another house or something to accommodate that on-site manager. It just didn't seem operationally practical to not have that facility usable by the operator.
So I guess I have a question about that. One is, have we had any discussions with the Historical Society while all this has been going on?
Well, they're aware of the proposal, and they never approached me for a specific discussion. I never talked to them specifically about it.
Okay.
I didn't ask them, here's the two proposals, what do you guys think? But they're aware of this process, and it's been going on for a while.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then there's been a lot of discussion around having some more public sessions on this, and is the plan to have some work study sessions once we get a vendor engaged? I thought originally that's kind of where we were headed, is this is their proposal, but as has been pointed out time after time after time, the devil's in the details. So those details, I do believe, need more, kind of fine-tuning.
And I don't think there's any way that we could not move forward with this without continuing discussions about programming, infrastructure, and so forth. It's, even over time, even once you have an operator over time, new things will come up and programming will change over time. So I don't mean to prolong the answer, but the short answer is yes. There would have to be a series of discussions. And it would be ongoing as this property operates with the community as to infrastructure and programming.
Because I think it will be important. Obviously, we've talked to these individuals and have their idea, but I think that it's worthwhile to have them talk in a community forum so the community can hear that, listen to the community's questions, and see what can or can't be done with those things. I just see that as an important aspect of this. And I know it's not in this here, but I would like to see that as part of whatever it is that we do.
Yeah, where do we start here? Let's see. Let's start at the beginning. We spent a lot of time on this, have assessed this. Usually it's pretty easy to make a decision. You guys have not made this easy. Farmster, you've got the bandwidth. I have no question about that, because all of you are somewhat challenged in bandwidth. That's a concern. Every single one of you has expertise, but you all have a lot of projects. That concerns me. Dustin, I think, has a little more time and energy to run this, so that's a big thing. You have the funding structure, I think, laid out, at least a long-term view for that, and less work to put into doing that, which is a concern to me. Split rail, you totally get the concept and have sold me on that, and you have expertise that's comparable. And I am concerned about that. I don't, from my personal perspective at least, I don't feel the need for another demonstration garden in town. We have those. I don't need to duplicate daily acts. We fortunately already have them. So I don't, that already exists in the ecosystem, so I don't need to duplicate it. What I want is something that ties into the historic use and brings it, fulfills that function and provides that service to the community, and you get that. And it takes me back to, somebody mentioned something about pick one. Somebody's got to be a loser. I don't care about losers. I try to be nice, but if I have to pick a loser, I'll do that. But what I do care about is the best outcome. And if trying to go a little longer or trying to bring two proposals together might get me there, I am more than happy to do that. So what I'd personally like to see, I recognize time is always an issue. Staff's put a lot of work, and I hate to delay anything, but I would at least like to put this off till the next council meeting, have you both come back then, and in that meantime, you've listened to all our input, you understand our concerns, and the mutual expertise you both have could make something that's very workable. If that doesn't work out, then I'd be happy to pick one along with my colleagues if I have to, but I'd like to give that one more time for you to think about that. That will also give the opportunity, as the mayor asked for, one more time to come in front of the public and answer questions that might arise. So that's what I'd like to see tonight. I mean, if the rest of the council wants to vote and pick somebody, that's what we'll do, but I would prefer to wait at least just 2 more weeks. And hopefully you guys have the time and bandwidth to really drill down now, because you know what we want and you know what we see the strengths in both of you. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That's okay. I'm not going to hold that against either of you. That doesn't matter. What I'm looking for is to see if it's viable. And if it's not, then I'll make the best decision I can, just as my colleagues will. So that's what I'd like to see happen.
John?
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. With all due respect to both parties, I think there's a lot of work that's been put into this. I would concur with the mayor, and as much of a pain in the backside as it is, I would like to see a little public workshop in a little more informal environment where you can have a little bit more participation. And if we offer a public workshop and there's not a lot of participation or concern, then we go from there. But I would like to see this vetted a little bit more. I know that when we said that we had this property, and we wanted to go out for an RFP to see what was out there, I don't know that we necessarily put a lot into what we wanted in that RFP. We wanted to see what was out there and what would come back. So now we've got kind of an idea of what's come back, so I would like to table it and do a little bit of a workshop and then bring it back at a future date. Not that I like using up more time, but if it's something that's going to be around for 5 years, 10 years, whatever, a little bit more time is not going to hurt us, I don't think. I mean, we're not up against the deadline for a lease or anything.
Are we under any deadlines with our open space to move forward on this? That's just a question.
Well, we have, we do work plans with the Open Space District, and we're trying to stay, so the recession kind of threw us off our original schedule.
Right.
And we've been trying to get back on a schedule with the Open Space District, so we're continuing to work with them to make it publicly accessible, because that's important to us and it's important to them. So I don't know if there's a specific date, but
we're not under any deadline. I think is to Councilmember Moore's point, if we're not going to miss a deadline where somehow they're going to take the property away or some awful thing like that, it does beg the question of spending the right amount of time to get the right thing for this site. And I think that both ideas are awesome, and you both have a lot of passion, and I think that it does beg the question of getting more community input to make sure that what you guys are proposing meets what the community wants. You put forth what your idea is, and it would be good for you guys to get input from the community to see if, that matches. For all we know what the community wants, you guys could, throw up your hands and say, oh my God, no, I don't want to have anything to do with that. I don't think so, but, stranger things have happened here, so. But We're not in any deadlines then.
Well, just generally, we're way behind schedule, but
Right. Yeah.
But 4 or 6 weeks is not going to,
yeah, Open Space has an expectation that we're moving things forward, and this is the next
And we
step
are.
that we need to take.
Yeah.
And we need to report that we're moving forward.
Okay.
If we sit on it for too long, then it won't be good.
Okay. All right. So, this way. One moment. This way. Do you have any?
Sure. And I will tell you, I've had numerous discussions with Open Space staff, and they're pleased as punch that since 2008 to probably just 2 years ago, there was little to nothing that was really done, and there's movement forward. So we're significantly past deadlines, but there's movement taking place. I don't think 2 to 4 weeks is going to make or break anything. That's my personal opinion in discussions with even the manager, Bill Keene. I think we have this opportunity to keep a historic property and a historic use, this agricultural use, in everybody's eye. Lori brought up a great point that I think the bulk of the farms probably were on the west side of the freeway. I don't know of any properties over there that are willing sellers to sell to the city or to Ag and Open Space District to do something like this. We had this opportunity in 2008. None of these people that are up here now, including myself, were on the council at that time, but that was done in 2008 with the goal, and of course now we're talking 9 years, but there was a goal of doing something over there to continue the education of this cultural heritage that took place. And if I'm not mistaken, when I did the interpretive panel over there, there was at one point 3,000 chickens on this property right across the street. So to say that it's been very small scale is not really a true statement. There have been sheep over there, but there was a time where 3,000 chickens were running around and scratching and doing what chickens like to do. So I think the long-term plan for the structure over there had been a discussion, not the property, but this one structure. And when we're using the word museum, for people that may not know, we're talking about the Cotati Historical Society, who has a museum in the corner of this building right now, which was why I brought up, I think the total was 12 or 14 hours a month that they are open to the public. So would we utilize, in my opinion, a precious space over there for 12 or 14 hours? Are they able to staff it more than that right now? I don't know. I can't speak to that at all. So the discussions that kind of floated around but were never really formalized was from the Historical Society, we'd love that building. We'd love that building. Not the whole property, that building. That was a Prue Draper thing, and I know there's people in this room who said that was a crazy idea, and they've been quoted as saying that to utilize that space over there by the Historical Society. And I think that, that was never a formal discussion, but it was a pie-eyed dream. It's like, hey, that would be great. We'd love to use it. Don't know if that's going to be the case anymore. So I think, it's a very interesting concept of sort of taking a step back and let's take a look at this. I hate to do that. I'm never one to kind of like bow out of something. It's like I'd like to push forward. But I know that idea has been bantered around this evening, and I'm not against it at all. But I will say that we need to put a timeline on this, and if it's the next meeting, then I'm okay with that. And it's only 2 weeks out, I'd be okay with something like that. But I don't know that either applicant needs to work on a proposal or to fine-tune anymore, because I think that's going to come in time. I think there's a lot of options that have been discussed in your proposals and even again tonight, and those all get fleshed out once there's a lease agreement in place. Then it's like, okay, here's what we're going to do. And then we work that out, which could be further public meetings and public workshops down the road. It's like, and it's quite simple to, if you're doing something, if you have a 600-pound pig and you realize, hey, that's not working out over here on this site, okay, we change that. This is not a difficult process. It's an iterative process that's going to change over time. And, you know, what's bringing people in to see this site and to give it some notoriety? Maybe it's this that we hadn't thought of. Okay, well, let's bring that ag use in and see how it works. So I'm not concerned about that part of it. I think that'll come in time. And that's where I'm at this evening.
So are you, I just want to clarify.
Yes.
So are you suggesting that if we were to go ahead and pick someone at the next meeting, that could we, as part of the agreement, mandate's a strong word, suggest, require, whatever word you want to use, that there be study sessions that include the public to be able to work out the fine details? Could that be?
Well, I'm not suggesting to work out the fine details. I think if it's, and I don't think that's part of an agreement. I think the city would just say that, you know, we'd like to have a study session sometime in the new calendar year, and I think it's just to get more public input.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's a requirement or mandatory.
Okay.
I think it would be a good idea. And again, it'll help flesh out those ideas that maybe the public is interested in, that maybe nobody in this room has thought of tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But I don't think it needs to be part of the lease agreement or
Okay.
anything like that.
All right. Okay. You just want to suggest that it happens to whomever.
I just say we set a meeting for sometime in January or February saying, we're going to have a public workshop on
Got it.
this. You guys are welcome. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Different way
Yeah.
of just saying it. Okay. Wendy.
Okay. I'm ready to make a decision now, but I'm already outvoted, so that's okay. I'm okay waiting as well. The only issue is if we're planning on coming back in 2 weeks and we want to try to have a public workshop or public input, we've got Thanksgiving right in the middle of this week and next. So timing-wise, that wouldn't be great. But as far as the lease, if we wanted to talk about that at the next meeting or one meeting afterwards, that would be a separate conversation. So I'm okay to wait, although I'd rather get it done tonight. So there's my vote.
Madam Mayor?
Yes. Yes.
And it seems that we almost have a little bit of a consensus going for a public workshop maybe in January, February. And then I would suggest after the input from the public in the workshop, then we consider who we would want to lease that property.
I think you're saying the other way around.
Yeah, that's
Right.
not where I was going.
I think you got it. Okay.
Okay. So if you sign a lease with a particular concept,
right,
and then the public workshop comes back and says, well, that's not really the concept we wanted, we were more in favor of this concept, you're already locked into a lease, and then potentially they could change their whole, what their concept is based on.
Well, I would say you're quote unquote locked into a lease, but you're not locked into necessarily a full-blown concept. I think, again, it's a concept. So I think there's room to move the ideas even after, if it's one party is selected. I don't see that as being a problem. I really don't.
Okay.
And I agree that with Wendy that I don't think there is time to necessarily try to do a public workshop in the next 2 weeks.
No, I agree with that.
It's just not going to happen.
No, I agree with that.
And I don't think
This
it's
could be
necessary.
tabled until January or February.
Yeah, I'd like to move it. I don't want to table it that long. Like I said earlier, I'd be okay tabling it for 2 weeks. I'm fine with that.
So if you look at this, you're looking at an initial term and then 2 additional 5-year terms after the initial term. So this could be some sort of a long-term program.
Sure.
Okay. And I will just add that, there's always, a lease is a lease, but if it's not working out for either party, I mean, it's not like it's not etched in blood, so to speak. I mean, I realize that, but I would say there's a couple, the couple options are either you can, decide tonight, which doesn't sound like this direction, or the other direction was to encourage the 2 parties to try to work together again, and that would be the benefit of waiting until the next meeting to allow that conversation to happen again. If there's a if we're waiting to sign a lease until after a public workshop, that's like sometime
If I could just,
Well,
I think you
we-
summed that up pretty well. What I was
Okay.
putting forward was, I hear what you were saying about making sure we have public input. I've heard one or two calls for more public input, but I'm not seeing, I don't know if that's a huge issue, frankly. Living dangerous, a politician saying, I don't know if we need that terribly here, but we've had an incredibly long meeting talk about this. We've been talking about it for years. I'm comfortable going 2 weeks, and I thought the benefit was then, if there truly were a few more people that wanted to bring up a few more things, we could do that. But I certainly don't see the need for putting this off for both the proposals for months, all the way through the holiday season, for a community charrette on this. I'm not seeing it personally.
Okay.
Can I suggest a compromise-ish type thing? What if, since we have the presentations and all of the proposal information electronically, we can post links, and then if anybody's interested in the next 2 weeks, they can make comments on the website or send us emails and just let us know what direction
Advertise
they would
very
like.
strongly there that we're going to be visiting this,
In 2
hopefully,
more
at
weeks.
least for this, in the
Yeah.
decision-making point at our next meeting.
So I just thought that might be,
Gets a little of everything most of us want, I think, not all of it, though.
It certainly is, I think, better than not having that, especially if the public doesn't necessarily have the opportunity to weigh in within that posting period of Thursday through Tuesday. Because it's a lot of information.
It is.
All right, one moment, please. I will open this back up. Yes, Jenny, did you have something to add? Oops.
I don't know if this is going to be a very unpopular idea with the proponents, but I think there does need to be a lot more opportunity for public input. I'm wondering about all the neighbors who live immediately around the site and whether they know. I actually only realized this meeting was happening this evening today, and I have 2 or 3 friends I emailed about it. None of them could come, but they were all interested. And because it's kind of long-term, sort of like public trust, the Open Space District being a public organization, it's going to affect long-term City of Cotati. And personally, I would really have liked to have heard presentations from the 2 different proponents, because I saw the written material, but I didn't read it all in a lot of detail. And so the proposals as they were presented this evening both came through the staff report, rather than us being able to hear the proponents explain their proposals in detail themselves. And I think if there was a public workshop where both were put forward and we could ask questions and we could get a lot more input, and all the people who live nearby could be informed and there could be more publicity about it beforehand, I think there would be more interest and more people. And I'm wondering whether you could, in fact, have a public workshop in January or February and get more public input and make a decision after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. George, yes.
The city knows how to sell something if you guys want to really sell something. You could sell the idea of a public workshop. We have the means to advertise it, and you can get a turnout. You all know a lot of people. We can get this done. I warned the council when you had the item on the agenda to have your RFP. I says, you're doing this without public input. You're putting the cart before the horse. We need to study this a little bit further, what your direction and goal is going to be before you send out the RFP. The response was, no, George, you're wrong. We kind of know what we want to do. And here we are tonight. It's a perfect example. And I'm fine with the fact that you're finally realizing, and I agree with Mr. Moore here. I think that the idea, the concept of putting the workshop together first and getting some input is going to help these 2 designers here much better. It's going to come out with a better project. But I think you got to remember what I think down deep, I think we're really dealing with. And forgive me for 1 second. 1 second, Mayor, because everyone had a lot of time to speak tonight. We're dealing with an essence of fraud that happened with the Historical Society and the museum director. It was promised that they really wanted that museum to be across the street, and that the current location was going to be a temporary location. And that was the bait. And it's been kind of a bait and switch. And I think what we're dealing with here, a lot of it, is the fraud and the ramifications of that that intentional fraud that was perpetrated to want to get into that building so bad. And that building, and that part of the building has value. Just because we move across the street empties that up for a lot of things that we can do for the kids and everything else, or the homeless, whatever you want to do. And we got to see how that deception has evolved into what we're dealing and what you're wrestling with tonight. We're going to get through it. I believe that you're going to get through it, but I've got to put that out there, that this is a ramification of that.
Thank you. Dustin?
Nearly in the 11th hour, I'm getting asked to collaborate again for the 4th time. And I'm sure you could understand my frustration. And ever since the proposal started, I feel like I've been playing catch up with somebody who's been out there and been able to work on the land and work with livestock on the land. And once again, it's very frustrating, but when you mention community input, I work monthly with the community. I live here in Katati. And when I approached the other designer about collaborating, providing community input for her proposal, it was denied. Not once, not twice, 3 times, and potentially a 4th. And it sounds like a decision won't be made tonight. I'm eager for more community input. I wish the Charles Street Village folks that I helped and start a food production garden with were here. But they're rather old and they live on Social Security and they could really use some more access to some more land. So there's a little bit of my community, but it's very frustrating when there's an RFP put out and you respond to it very well. And then you even go as far to collaborate multiple times. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay.
Hi, I know it's late. I am happy to wait and do a presentation to the community about my idea, and I can prepare for that and schedule that anytime you guys like. And I can talk more to why I believe my proposal and Dustin's proposal are different, and why I know it seems like I'm not willing to collaborate, and Dustin's mentioned that a few times, and I view our proposals very differently, and I think that if you allowed me some time, not right now, but to explain why our proposals are very different, it might help you guys understand my hesitation to collaborate and try to meld our plans together. Thank you.
Well, Madam Mayor, it sounds like my idea of collaboration may not work, so that leads more to perhaps the next meeting. Let's make a decision and be done with it.
Well, we have one more. Eric, did you have something to say?
Best of intentions.
I hope I don't alienate anyone, but I fully agree with my neighbor, the first speaker's entire address to you. That rarely happens, but you've had 7 years, and suddenly you're in a tremendous hurry. It's the 11th hour. Why? Because we're heading into winter. We can be planning soon. Why don't you take a little bit of time, listen to the community, the people you serve, and even if it's a charade, not a charade, where you just have people coming like you have for marijuana and other items, let the people come. Let them speak. And unfortunately, 2 weeks from now is kind of a squeeze when you're talking about a day or two before Thanksgiving when people are traveling. I think doing it early December is a possibility if there's really urgency to accommodate staff because they've been working on this for 7 years. But why don't you allow for the public to have some input? And then, two, there are differing parts. I heard at least one of you saying that there are different parts of both proposals that you're interested in. You're interested in collaboration if they can do that. Well, maybe there'll be a third and fourth idea that'll come up from the public. It's a good idea every now and again to allow for public input. I spent 20 years listening to people, and we didn't say you only have 3 minutes. Sometimes the public had ideas that staff didn't think about, and I didn't think about, and it was a revelation. We were putting in a football field, and we didn't think about the band didn't have anywhere to play until somebody mentioned it. It's as easy as that. Now they're tearing the whole field up, building a building there. So things change. Take your time and allow the public to occasionally have some input. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one, I will close public comment. So, what I'm hearing is we are going to continue this for a couple of weeks. and it's very unclear to me when we are going to have a public session on this. That's the part that's unclear to me.
Well, so part of the, just, I won't take too much time up here, but part of the, the main reason why we went forward with the RFP is because we can do all the planning in the world that we want to do individually, but we don't know what's actually going to work on that property. Work financially, work operationally. We could bring in design consultants and talk about it, but we'd just be doing pie-in-the-sky stuff and setting our expectations on something that isn't feasible. So we went this route to get proposals for the property with viable plans. And I guess, I think the way I look at them is that they both have core elements that need to be preserved to be operationally viable. And, one, for example, is the farmhouse, using the farmhouse for an on-site manager. But I think everything, so that's the kernel of it all, right? But everything around it, the whole ecosystem that's around that is, I think, fully up for discussion. And the thought is that we would get someone, we'd get a partner in a lease to have that discussion with as we go along in the community. At least that was the original concept. So it's not giving you any answers, but I just wanted to give that perspective. Because I think it's helpful when you have these community discussions to have a partner that's actually going to operate it with you in those discussions.
So I'm only one person up here, but we can vote on this in a couple weeks. But whatever the partner is that we decide, I still have a preference for us having some form of workshops with that partner so that we can fine-tune the details before we kind of move forward. And
Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, Madam Mayor, I was just going to say that, there's a couple of options as I see it. One is, we make a decision in 2 weeks, and then there's a public workshop, or we time the public workshop, I would say after the holiday season, so sometime January, February, and then make a decision at that point in time. I know it's putting it off for a couple of months. I apologize to applicants, but, if we really want to have the best operator doing whatever is going to take place on site, then why don't we get more public input? You know what? If we hold a public workshop and 3 people show up, well, then there's the sense of interest from the public standpoint. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that. We can offer it. I would suggest we do it probably on a weekend and open it up to, anybody who's willing. Well, I would say it's not going to be appropriate or timely to try to do it between now and the end of December.
No.
It's just not.
So, question, I'm feeling myself being gently twisted, my arm's not creaking too much, it's just moving a little. What I wanted to ask, no, not at all. I heard Ms. Kennedy say she was completely open to waiting, was open to the idea of public comment. I want to check with Mr. DiMatteo, if that, is that problematic or is that workable? What are your thoughts on that, just very briefly?
It's one of those things. I was really looking forward to a decision tonight. But if we need more community input outside of the people here in Cotati that I've talked to through Daily Acts and just putting this proposal together, I'll do what the council wants. I want this to be the best thing for the city of Cotati. It's frustrating. So
sometimes it's a good thing to listen, because I have to admit my sense was we've been over this a lot. We've had a long meeting and talked about it. I have the feeling if we have a workshop, it will be a 3-person perhaps or something small. But you know what? I've had people from every single different stripe in Cotati, at least that we have represented, as well as my colleagues, saying, we should have some more comments. So maybe I need to sit and listen to that. And so I'm leaning a bit more towards my colleague here and saying, maybe on second thought, that is a good idea. I hate to do the delay. I wanted to avoid that because I already feel bad about putting some uncertainty once we should have had a decision for you tonight. But if it's workable for you, it seems to be what we're hearing from a lot of the community, and perhaps giving ourselves some time to get through the holiday, have a workshop. We'll allow you to do some proper presentations perhaps, and then we will get this done.
Yeah, I don't think that it would be fair to either of you to disrupt everything during the holidays I know people have things going on, and just take a fresh start in the beginning of January and get that set up early on, I think. And then at least you don't have to think about it, at least until January.
Yeah, if both of the proposers are around and still engaged, it sounds like they are, to January, then let's do that. If the council's amenable to it.
Do we need a motion on that, or just direction to staff?
Direction to staff.
Direction, yeah.
That would be the direction we
Okay.
recommend.
Everybody okay with that direction to staff?
Yes.
Okay, then that is your direction.
Okay.
So we're kind of done with, I'll allow it.
Because we're on the web tab, I just want to recap all that was had. So we're having a workshop, when?
Hopefully in early January.
Early January, and then the decision is going to be made when?
At a following.
Following the workshop.
subsequent-
Following the
The
workshop.
next following meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was heard in.
Yeah, so I'll be in touch
Okay.
with both you
I
guys
just want to
and
make
Jane.
sure we have
Yeah.
a
So-
timeline set.
We'll have a public workshop and a following
I guess with a caveat, so if there is input from that meeting that says that either of you need more time to kind of assimilate and do anything different, if that's okay, Damien can check in with that. So if you need more time, we need to give you that time. If you say, no, I don't need more time to assimilate that and incorporate that, then yes. So I want to honor whatever it is that's found in that meeting to give you the appropriate time to do something with that information. In other words, I wouldn't want to have the meeting on a Saturday and have our meeting be on Tuesday and not have you have the opportunity to deal with that input. Does that seem fair enough? Okay. All right. So, are we done with this item then? Oh, I'm sorry.
For now.
Do you have everything you need? Damien, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry about that. Okay, next item. Award of the construction agreement for the Community Development and Engineering Office Remodel Project. And Mr.
We'll have the
Scott.
Public Works Director, Craig Scott, given that.
Still with us, Craig?
Mayor, members of the council, Craig Scott, Public Works Director, City Engineer. Tonight's item is to consider awarding the construction contract for the Community Development and Public Engineering Department office. And the office there, office suite is those two departments share that space, and for the present needs of that space, there's a lot of needs, and the configuration just doesn't accommodate the business that we do there, with a tremendous amount of public coming through, and the two departments and the intermixing of files and the record keeping that we need to do. So this has been overdue for quite a few years. Back in 2004, the police department moved to their building, and then we have the present configuration at that time. And since that time, there's been some upgrades. There's the bathrooms were ADA, some improvements there, the re-roof, but there hasn't been anything really in that office suite that we occupy. There was an attempt back in 2013 or thereabouts, 2008. Let me back up. So 2008, we moved from a transition from having an engineering contracting firm. So that office really was community development with internal staff, and then a visiting consulting engineering person coming in once in a while, just kind of having a reserve office there. So you can imagine the shared space requirement with actually moving to an in-house engineering department with 2 staff, and then using part of the administrative analyst there has really increased the demands on that space. So we have, over the past year or so, within our department and coordinating with the city manager, many different alternative configurations for that space, looking at how are we going to separate the 2 departments to be functional units, having a very welcoming reception area that's very effective as well in having people come in and it being very professional. And so there's also a need for the different departments there's a tremendous amount of work we do there that just requires quiet, and right now there's conversations that happen across that space and across the public area. It's not a very good work environment to get that work done that we need to. The project it's very comprehensive. It involves demolishing some of the walls, rebuilding them. It's looking at that space as a whole to maximize the record-keeping storage area, as I mentioned, the public area and the 2 spaces there. There's rewiring both the receptacles and the communication, as well as it triggered the Title 24 energy improvements, so the lighting fixtures cannot stay. They have to be replaced with new fixtures, new controls. If you go over 10%, that's the trigger, and then everything has to be. So there was no way to avoid that. The air ducts I mentioned, and we repurposed the cabinets, proposing to do that, and giving new countertops, but the cabinet structures will remain and be repurposed so that we have the countertop there, a copy center, and a layout table, as well as 2 functionally different record keeping areas. So on about 3 weeks ago, we opened bids. We opened 3 bids, and the bids ranged from a high of $258,707 to a low of $146,122. And what we saw with the high bid was there was an exorbitant amount of money there in the mobilization, whereas in the low bid it was about $6,000. In the high bid it was around $25,000 just to mobilize, just to get their equipment on site. So that, and then the other one was demolition, was a big difference there as well. So we scrutinized the low bid quite a bit, and with that Title 24 work, the air duct work, and the electrical primarily driving it, we saw that was a reasonable or a competitive proposal that was put forward. With the bid, we are looking at, based on if we were to get this awarded tonight for the construction contract, we would look to get the contractor mobilized on, the earliest would be December 4th. So we want to really appreciate being able to see, address this item tonight with everything that has happened. So this would be able to keep us on schedule with the month of December and most of the month of January, which is 2 weeks of that we're closed to the public, which works out when all the construction's happening, and we'd be back into our offices perhaps the last week in January or the first week in February. We are already planning out how we would occupy 2 of the classrooms over in the community center for that period of time, so that would expedite the contractor. We wouldn't be in their way. They would just be able to get that work done pretty expeditiously. And signage, we have plans to put signage everywhere, and Nixle messaging out there as well as Facebook, post signs around the city hall, letting people know, the public know that we're over there now for temporarily and during the construction. I think I hit all the high points, but I welcome your comments at this time, your questions.
Wendy?
And I was just going to ask for the financial considerations you were talking about. It would go $65,000 over the adopted budget, but then you showed the 3 steps of how you would recoup that given the other funding sources that we have. So,
Sure, I did miss that. Thank you for reminding me. So, yes, we would. The cost is shared over the general fund and the enterprise funds, the water and sewer. Engineering, we deal with a lot of the water and sewer issues in that office, obviously, and then engineering with the streets, and then community development with all the land use and building permits and so forth. So it's cross general fund and multiple funds. So what we're proposing is that the Cater Field project just next door, we had about a $30,000 under budget. We completed that. It's all done. And so we would take about $15,000 of that money out of the general fund. And so it's really a no impact to the budget because that project came under. And then in the sewer fund, we have a $50,000 project in there to video inspect our sewer lines and to look for places for I&I infiltration and inflow during storm events, and it's always the goal to reduce that. We have not gotten to the point of doing the videotape inspection, which has to come first before we identify what lengths of sewer. So we're projecting out we're not going to be able to get to that. So if we cut that in half, we'd be able to do the video monitoring, and then we'd just roll into next year's budget with a project to fix those sewers. And so that would free up about $25,000. And then on the water side, we're looking at pulling that $25,000 out of the unappropriated water fund balance. And with the recently completed rate study, we feel that it can absorb that amount of money coming out of that budget at this point.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. John, do you have any questions? Mark, do you have questions?
Thank you.
John, do you have questions?
No, the only question I have is, a couple of years ago we redid the finance department, and then now we've got the rec department, and we've got the city manager's office. So this would be the last of the Mohicans, so to speak, for a while?
Yeah, well, so the finance department.
Well, hasn't seen an answer in it.
So, the finance department was, when the police department moved out into the new building, then that got remodeled, and the finance department moved over there.
Oh, I know why they were.
Yeah, you know all the history, but and maybe it was a rhetorical question. But this is the last end of the building that it used to be just. It was just planning, and now it's planning. Engineering is a whole new function that didn't exist before. It was a contract engineer, and so now we have an engineering department. So right now they're kind of on top of each other, and this just separates them and adds hopefully a better customer experience when they walk in, and less, more straightforward and less confusing for people. But
I think the answer is yes.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Perfect.
So currently there is a conference room, I don't even know what else to call it, storage room with stuff stored all over the place in there. When I look at this, it appears that conference / storage area goes away. Did I look at this correctly?
That's correct, and we kind of cringe when we invite guests and the public to meet with us in that room at this.
It's a little frightening.
Yeah, so what happens is there's a lot of nooks and crannies there and unusable space the way it's configured today, not just that conference room, but just alcoves and awkward areas. And so in the newly configured spaces, we have areas for internal staff to meet, and then for larger meetings where we invite people from other agencies or outside, we will go to the larger conference room down the hall.
And we don't foresee that as a problem to share that conference room?
I don't
We
think
do
so,
that.
but I want
We do that
to
today.
ask that question.
Yeah, we have the schedule posted out there, and it's not, I don't think there's going to be conflicts in the cases where there are. There's always the police community room as well. There's some other facilities we have where we could have other meetings.
Okay. Further questions? I'm going to open this up for public comment. Yes, George?
We're talking about $146,000, and the issue of how the staff is going to be able to properly function during construction across over at the multi-purpose rooms, there's going to be a lot of construction noise there. So right now they're having trouble conducting business with the minor office noise and background noise, and then they're going to move over there to try to work for a while. I'd like to suggest some earplugs, frankly, as a real inexpensive alternative. But the bigger issue is that, look, at this building here is in desperate need of earthquake retrofit. And we're looking at remodeling a room over there at $146,000 before a workshop that we're going to have regarding the Folletti Ranch, when there's still a possibility that that museum could be moved over there, which was Prue Draper's wish. Now, unless we come to the determination that that was a fraud and that was all used to get in there as a temporary location and get her foot in the door, which I don't want to believe. I want to actually believe she and the Historical Society want to put the museum across the street. If that happens, if that is what we hear in the workshop coming up, then that opens up that whole area. And it might be better to split those departments and use that money to remodel both areas down the road. I think, again, we're moving a little bit too fast right now when you have a major workshop coming up in January regarding possibly the future of that end of the building over there. It's something to consider. It's a lot of money. Oftentimes we never have money to do it right the first time, but we always have money to remodel and kick walls down and so forth the second time, and I just don't think we have that luxury anymore. There's so many projects on your wish list that you want to get done and that you need, and our infrastructure that Damien talks about, our streets and so forth. I would please request that you put this on hold maybe for February and see what the real plan is going to be for this entire building.
Thank you for your comments. Lori?
I agree with George. Why are we remodeling a building that is not earthquake safe? This is a, 80-year-old building. It used to be Katati School. And just spending more money for remodeling makes no sense at this juncture. My mom's a special ed teacher, or she's retired. She had rooms that were supply closets. Why? I think it's 2 people you're trying to accommodate as far as staff and public flow in there. I've never been crowded in there. But why can't you repurpose the room in the community center? They're not all being used at the same time. You can even kick out the Historical Society instead of spending that money. They're not part of the city. So you need to really think about whether this is an expense yes, it's savings from one. It's over budget too. It's $50,000 or something over budget, $45,000 over budget from the bid. He wants to take money from savings on projects. It's still tax money. It's still money we taxpayers paid. General fund, that's our money. People don't want to put more money in a building that's going to not make it through the next earthquake, which who knows when that is. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Eric?
First of all, I'm happy that staff is recommending you take the low bid. I am a little concerned about pricing. This room was remodeled twice since I've been coming here and since some of you started as councilmen. The kitchen was remodeled once. It's pretty substantial to have the countertops and other things. I understand the concept of wanting to take care of it in December. That makes sense. Little concerned about the need for conference rooms. You have one in here. You have one in the wonderful police station, and I don't know how many conferences they need. But I like the fact that the city manager is talking about having a more open, customer-friendly environment. That's something that's nice because thus far, in the last two city managers, customers are pretty much put at arm's length and almost as though they're a threat to employees. And if you really feel that customers are a threat to your employees, you should have a camera in every room. That way, everybody would kind of know what's going on, and you would have a recording of any threats or any other issues. But you'd also have a good idea if staff was showing up on time, what they did during the day, and when they left. Because some of us are a little concerned with the fact that 7:30 to 5:30, the parking lot doesn't seem full, and trying to access staff is very difficult because they're always somewhere else, I guess at one of these conference rooms. And when you ask when the person will be back, you're told no idea, and you're not asked, would you like to leave a message? And when you do make a call and get voicemail, because you don't get a human being, and you leave voicemails, messages aren't returned, or you get a, yeah, I'm calling you back, click. So it's not real customer friendly in any way, shape, or form the way it is right now. I asked the city manager if he could meet with me and take a short ride around. It would be pretty much down to the hub in the downtown where I've been told the staff doesn't go very often. It would take about 15 minutes of his time. Thus far, he hasn't shown me any interest in that. I asked the police chief to pretty much do the same thing. You all go with ride-alongs. This would be a short-lived situation, and he'd have his body camera on so everyone would know what was going on. He never got back to me. So when you talk about customer service, I don't think it's really having a nice countertop. I think it's something a little deeper than that. I suggest the five of you occasionally walk up and down the hall tonight, because of what you see right now is what every customer sees all the time. Drapes down, dark rooms, nobody inside.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I will close public comment. Right back.
All right, let's see here. I just want to confirm something. This was originally one department in there, right? This was originally planning in there? Because this all happened about the time just before I got here, that happened. This was planning in there previously. Then you put a whole, we used to outsource engineering, right?
Correct.
Completely. So we didn't have any on-site people usually. They may come here occasionally for meetings or something. They basically weren't on site most of the time.
Yeah, we did have a consulting engineer that was our city engineer.
I'm sure that was a lot more expensive to do it that way. I'm glad we moved away from that. But now that we have two completely separate departments shoehorned into one space that originally was designed to be a classroom, probably too, or God knows what, I see the need for this. And I have been in there a few times just watching people come in there. And if you have one customer and there's not a lot of other business going on, it's functional. I think you go on, but when you start having a couple of customers at planning or engineering, or heaven forbid, a couple at both, it's very poor service. It doesn't work very well. So with that, I'd be willing to support it. If there's no discussion or questions, I'd be happy to move it.
No questions? Yes, questions? Okay.
With that, then I will happily move that we award the construction agreement for the Community Development and Engineering Office remodel project to Murray Building Incorporated and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement and any needed change orders up to the authorized budget amount and to make proposed budget amendments.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Let that show a 5-0 vote. Okay, so we are on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So with that vote that you all just had, we'd be, I think the plan is to move the week of November 20th over to the Stony Point and Copeland rooms in the Civic Center. So that's so they'll be noticing that's going up, as Craig said, in advance of this early December start for construction. But it's going to take some time to get all the IT stuff switched.
May I ask a question on that?
Yes.
Because I had talked to you and Ashley about the food drive, and I don't remember the names of the rooms. Is there going to be a conflict there? That's on just that one day?
There is not, no.
Okay.
No. Yeah, we got it covered. Yeah, great.
Lunchroom.
Right. Yeah. So this is on the Cotati room side of the Civic Center. And then some just quick construction updates. Public Works last week replaced a 12-inch stormwater pipeline across Redwood Drive at Hauser. And it was a relatively complex storm drain removal and replacement. And it was an old steel pipe that had rusted out. And so they needed to get it out immediately before the winter rains came and, risk the potential for some sort of road subsidence or something like that. So they got it out and got it patched up and lickety-split. So that was great to see. And then also we had our first storm. So with our new stormwater permit, we had to take composite water samples for 3 hours Wednesday night, which is the first flush. So our Public Works Director and Superintendent were out there to do that. And it's being tested for a lot of different constituents. And all this data, not from just Cotati, but from around the county, is being put into a database to track long-term trends as part of the new stormwater permit. This is the new regional stormwater permit. On the recreation side, on October 31st, we had our city Halloween, which was a big success. We had over 200 children and with their families and friends. And all the children went door to door, each department, and got the city staff dressed up and offices decked out in Halloween decor, complete with challenges like the Fear Factor Hidden Yuck Station, which was in the city manager's office. A bunch of cauldrons you can put your hands in and try to guess what it really is, versus what you think it is. Like teeth, which are like corn, and anyway, the kids loved it. And collect candy and goodies throughout the building, and so everyone had a great time. The turnout was a lot bigger than we thought it would be, and so it was just great to see so many people come to City Hall earlier in the day. School got out early that day, so it's a good way to get a safe start on Halloween and trick-or-treating, so it was great to see everyone. And we look forward to doing it again next year. And coming up on Monday through Wednesday of next week, we're hosting the Thanksgiving break camp for kids that are out of school, but their parents are not yet. They still have to work. So we currently have 6 registered participants and expect more as the week goes on, including Monday morning drop-offs, which without pre-registration, which always happens as well. December 1st is our annual holiday tree lighting event in La Plaza Park from 4 to 8 p.m. And we're still accepting applications from vendors. And we're going to have some fun attractions this year. We had the horse and carriage rides last year, which we're going to continue this year. But we're also going to have a trackless train ride. Wait for that. That was the pause for the best part, the trackless train ride. And then on December 2nd, we're doing the Cotati Downtown Shop and Stroll. You've probably seen a lot of the posters up in downtown businesses and flyers around. This is being hosted, as you know, by Agricultural Community Events, which is the same organization that does our farmers markets. And so everyone's invited to come downtown and check out our different local businesses and restaurants. And the businesses down there that I've talked to about it are very excited about it because
really, we got a lot of business last year when we did it for the first time. So this is the second time we're doing it now. Not we, but it's happening in the city. Also, December 2nd, the rec departments will also be concurrently hosting its first ever holiday drop-in shop, which is where parents can drop their children off at the community center anytime between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. And the kids will be doing holiday crafts and playing games, and the parents can sneak out and do shopping, which is huge. I mean, being a parent, to be able to drop your kids off for a while and shop anonymous without them with you all the time is great. So that's coming up also. And at the next, we also are having the breakfast with Santa, but I'll get to that at the next meeting. So that's, I was looking at the Facebook thing the other day, and there was like 570 something people interested in coming to that event. So hopefully we can figure out space for that. Anyway, if anyone wants more information on classes, you can visit the city website or call Ashley at 665-4222 or awilson@cotatiCity.org. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Am I on to city council reports?
None for me this week.
I think with the late hour, I'll just pass for this meeting.
I did come to the Halloween at City Hall. It was fun. There was a lot of kids. It was really cute. Just really quickly, at the Water Advisory Committee the other day, it was there was a fair amount of reporting from the different water agencies about the different events that went on during the fire, and it just is always makes me feel good about the relationships that we all have and the partnerships we have with the different aspects in Sonoma County. There was a lot of work done between different agencies in order to keep water flowing in the hydrants, and the stories were really pretty amazing to keep the water going. And then different agencies lending generators and hooking things up and just to keep things going. So that was pretty good. Now we're moving towards the as you pointed out, the making sure that the stormwater, they're starting to ramp up to do that. On a good note, the Sonoma Marin Water Saving Partnership, we received 2 EPA awards. We got a Sustained Excellence Award and an Excellence in Education and Outreach. And again, that, kind of goes to show that, we work well together and are recognized, even at the federal level for the work that we do together in Sonoma County with all the different agencies. So with that, that's all I have.
Yeah, one short one. It is rather late, but this is worth mentioning. So we did have our first meeting since the big firestorm, both for SCTA, RCPA, as well as Sonoma Clean Power. And I wanted to report back that staff from both agencies, because they have some very specific skill sets that were hard to find in other places, both volunteered and were working for the first week or so helping along with that effort. But more importantly, the Chief Executive Officer of Sonoma Clean Power, Jeff Cyphers, made numerous donations in the early days to help some various key efforts in about the 100 to 150K range. He's within the limits of his spending capacity because he's not allowed to go spending a lot of money on himself without checking back with his board. So he did come back to, number one, inform us of that, and number two, bring forward his proposal, which the board agreed to, is basically a fund of $1 million from Sonoma Clean Power to go back to assist throughout the community at numerous levels with rebuilding and basically dealing with the problems from this. They've put together a very small subcommittee, which I think has the ideal group. It's Mendocino County, which was pretty strongly affected, Sonoma County, which got hit pretty hard, has to be the city of Santa Rosa because they took an incredible hit, as well as Sonoma, since they have impacts coming down towards them. And finally, Chair Bruce O'Creary from Windsor is added on to make it a nice even 5. So they will be checking back in with us how they spend that, but they do have a somewhat free reign with that. So more when we know where it's going exactly, but they have the tough job of trying to wean through all the many deserving groups, agencies, and efforts and see where it's best to put that. But I wanted to share that.
I did attend the RIMIF meeting on Halloween in Ukiah, so I missed all the festivities, but I'll report that in the next meeting, on the detail on some of those issues.
All right. Then we will move on to public comment on non-action agenda items. Yes, George.
Council, I'd like you to consider for future agenda items at the next city council meeting. I'd like to see something put on the agenda regarding the council putting out some real honest effort to get a good turnout for the upcoming workshops in January. The whole idea that maybe 2 or 3 people are going to show up is, I think, pretty disingenuous. I think you know a lot of people. I think you know a lot of business people in town. We're going to need some business input on this too, thinking that this project out here is going to be profitable. I'd like to see us all try to pack this workshop with interested people on the future of this very, very important project coming forward. That wasn't my plan for the property. I wanted affordable housing, but, you know, I'm going to be a team player and I'm going to help with the workshop going forward. On a future agenda also, it's almost December, and it looks like we have done nothing again for the homeless problem in Cotati. People in cars, on their street, on their feet, in the bushes, on the creeks, and it's going to get real cold pretty soon. So I'm not losing faith that this council actually has some concern for the homeless, but we're into this a few years now, and maybe the next meeting is a time we can see what we can do. The third issue is this ongoing issue regarding the EV station for the charging stations. I'd like to see you put on a future agenda. For the first time since the project was first announced by the city manager and was discussed in my presence, Mr. Lamon tonight actually said, look, we're not charging the public, it's free. And a few weeks ago, Mr. Moore said, Mr. Barrett, you're wrong. We do charge for electricity out there. You're absolutely wrong. Do your homework, Mr. Barrett. And I'd like to see you two gentlemen kind of get on the same page here and discuss in a future agenda item what in the hell is going on. Because I think, hold on, sir, because I think, you were right tonight, but he had said that, no, that's not true, that we're charging. And I had to come back and actually do some research myself to find out that we're not. And the fact is, I do believe a fraud has been perpetrated on Cotati with the fact that no one's been advertising that this is free. I think there's been an intentional misrepresentation on the part of the staff here to keep the free electrical service a secret to the public, to hog that electricity for themselves, to charge their own vehicles during the day, as if we're not paying the city manager enough money that he cannot charge his own car at home at night, but to have staff hog those parking stations, those electrical charging stations for themselves, I think really shows an intent to monopolize the electricity at a considerable expense of the city, which is passed on to the taxpayer. And I think Lori Alderman is right. I think it borders on embezzlement. But the fact is that there's a fraud, a misrepresentation to take advantage of other people, and this is a clear case. I think you need to investigate it, Mayor. Okay, Council, thank you.
Thank you. Lori?
Again, it's on future agenda items. Over a couple of weeks ago, I sent you guys, or I told you about the minutes I found from 2001 and how that's when you guys listened to us. Every citizen was on those minutes. Sorry, I'm very tired. Every comment by the council was made, and we were all going. Well, those minutes that were so good showed weed abatement is a city had a contract with the fire district. It showed that the Chamber of Commerce had to have a plan for the use of and it's not a contribution, it's a contract, and that's only their 501c6 for the Chamber of Commerce. And all these things that I've been telling you guys were true. They're true. You're basing it, you're assuming everything you know is right, and it's not. If you go back to 2001 and look at those, she did a great job of minutes, and everybody was involved. And that's the kind of agendas we need, and that's the kind of minutes we need. We need to have public input much more. You're limiting us so much. It's bringing problems like the park, because nobody's coming because they don't feel like it makes a difference either. So you guys need to really take examining of yourself, of what you're doing, and what really is important is for agenda items for this city. I understand there was a fire down on East Cotati, not East Cotati, East School by the pedestrian tunnel. There's trees. They reported it from the highway. Multiple people. It was in the Press Democrat. You know, that fire hazard is a big thing right now, and you're not doing it. I mean, I don't know how many times we're supposed to say these things. We're getting older, and as George said earlier today, you know, how many times are we going to say this? Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Eric?
Yes, good evening. I know you don't want to hear about my 20 years of public service, but when I first started, I was always taken aback because there were all kinds of staff members, and I asked the one employee we had that directly worked for the board, I said, why are these people here? Do they want to be? Well, we expect them to be here because you're having a meeting. And I said, well, unless we need them there, unless they're making a presentation, they work all day, and I just as soon have them be doing some work at home or in their office rather than just sitting in a meeting. If they need to be there for a report, yeah, then we expect it. If we might have a question, I would hope we could have that information. Here, certainly need to have people here, but there's an office right down the hall. There's another office right down the hall. Instead of having finance sit here during a whole meeting, he could be in his office working. And if you have a question, certainly another staff member could go and say, there's a question. And most of us in the audience, we only get 3 minutes. We wouldn't mind a minute or so for the person to come down and give a report. You could organize the meeting so that the reports were there so people could go back to their office and work and maximize their time rather than sitting in the back doodling and chatting and tapping their foot. They could be taking care of business. I really don't know that they have their time really utilized in these meetings. From their behavior, it tends to be kind of a long, tiresome situation for them. So for their sake, I would think it would be better if they were in their offices working and be kind of on call. Just something to consider.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak tonight? Seeing none?
I have a question, actually, for staff.
You certainly may ask.
I could certainly may ask. We'll see what happens. I just want to confirm, this is probably for Ms. Donahue, I think. Just so that way we get you a chance to do something tonight, rather than have to run and go get you at your office. Public comment on non-action agenda items. Now, I've noticed this several times. People have brought up future agenda items, which is a non-action agenda item, and you can bring up. But then they discuss various potential future agenda items. Now, maybe I'm looking this wrong. Is public comment on non-action agenda items supposed to be on future agenda items we bring up? If somebody wants to talk about future agenda items under that non-action thing, rubric, is it about ones that are we've discussed that evening and said we want to bring forward, or can it be any random upcoming future thing that anybody can think of? Because otherwise it's just another public comment session.
Well, I think people could differ in their interpretation. I tend to take a broad definition of what is within your jurisdiction. And for example, I know in the past sometimes the city manager would make a report. There would be public comment about why wasn't this issue or that issue contained in the report. think it's the same situation with future agenda items. Someone can make comment on a discussion that was had about a future agenda item, or I think it would be not impermissible. It would be appropriate for somebody to say, I would like to see you have a future agenda item on X subject. As I say, people can differ, but I've always tended to try and take a broad view of, what can be discussed under these items, because your jurisdiction is so wide, and I think members of the public can say, I would, request that you consider this as a future agenda item.
Okay. Well, that essentially opens us up to essentially be a whole other public comment section, because then you can bring up any potential item.
It does. I think it's non-agenda action items. If you didn't have a category called future agenda items on your agenda, then I would say it doesn't appropriately belong here, and you do it under citizen business if you do it at all. But my interpretation is if you actually have an agenda item, whether you discuss your own future agenda items or not, if you don't take public comment at that point, it would be permissible to have that kind of comment under this item.
Well, I don't know if that's the answer I was looking for, but it's a good one.
I
so
fear
thank
it
you.
is not, but I just thought I'd give you my opinion on that.
Good to know.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments?
I was just going to throw out there that I recently bought an electric car, and one of the things that they do is they have a couple different apps that you can get on your phone, and it tells you all of the charging stations in your area, and it does categorize them as free or charging. So there have been no hidden secrets. Anybody who's had an electric car for the last 5 years or whatever, as soon as this was installed, it would be listed as free or pay. So just wanted to put that out there. It's the worst kept secret in Sonoma County. Thanks.
All right, seeing nothing else, then I will adjourn this meeting at 11:38. Thank you.